To order. Let me go a little bit off script here for a second and announce some schedule modifications. Obviously, our ranking member's not here yet. She's still testifying in rules, so as soon as she comes back, we'll interrupt whatever we're doing for any opening statement she cares to make. In addition, we have a vigil tonight at the Capitol for two of victims of one of the most horrific murders I've ever seen and we've ever heard about. Excuse me, obviously I didn't see it, but we'll try and work with all of you. Let me begin my formal remarks. I want to welcome everybody, both our returning members and our new members, to our first full committee markup for fiscal year 2026. We'll first cover the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill. And second, we will improve the interim subcommittee allocation numbers for our first four bills. Before we get down to business, I'll offer a few general comments. Today's markup represents the first Appropriations Committee markup for our new members, and I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of them. Please join me in welcoming each of our new members. For the majority, Mark Alford from Missouri. Nick LaLota from New York. Dale Strong from Alabama. Celeste Malloy of Utah. And Riley Moore of West Virginia. And for the minority, Mike Levin of California. Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania. Veronica Escobar of Texas. Frank Mervin of Indiana. Marie Glusenkamp Perez of Washington. And Glenn Ivey of Maryland. Delighted to have all of you here. If I haven't extended you a formal invitation to come to H216 for a drink and a cigar, consider it done. And I will try to have, frankly, all of you by just to say hi and get to know you, maybe as a group. We'll work that out. And I'm sorry it has not happened. It certainly happened when I first arrived in this committee. Dave Obey was kind enough to do that, but I have to be fair. There were only two of us in the minority that year, so it didn't take a lot, and I was smart enough to bring a really big bottle of Bombay Sapphire Gin. That was his favorite. Not mine, so, don't do that. I would welcome, again, each and every one of you to the committee. As all of our members are aware, the Appropriations Committee has set out an ambitious schedule for completing our work for fiscal year 2026. You've all seen our proposed markup calendar, and you will know that our intention is to mark up all 12 bills in committee before the August recess. This will mean a very busy summer for members and staff, but I have the utmost confidence in this committee and our members and in our staff, both those who work directly for the committee and those who work on these difficult issues in your personal offices. As you will know from today's agenda, we'll be considering interim subcommittee allocations covering the first four of our bills. While I will have more to say on this topic later, I know there's considerable desire from members to know what the final top line numbers will be. As you all know, the FY2025 appropriations process took longer than expected and only concluded in March. Secondly, as expected with any new administration, it takes time to develop a full and complete OMB budget for FY2026. While OMB has provided us with a great deal of useful information, as of today's meeting, we still do not have a complete budget request. Despite delays, we continue to make progress in determining final top lines for all 12 bills. My intention is to get those numbers out to all of you literally as quickly as I can. Over the past several months, the House has focused its attention on reconciliation, and it's through that process that we've been able to take on the difficult work of both tax cuts and reforming mandatory spending, the latter of which is the true driver of our soaring national debt. But although the reconciliation bill is not yet done, the Appropriations Committee must do its part to get our work done. That work begins today. Together, we can move all 12 of these bills out of committee so that the full House can consider them as expeditiously as possible. Before we move into today's agenda, I want to remind members of a few key committee rules and norms. First, as a reminder, our committee has a rule requiring a show of hands to secure a roll call vote on any question. If a member has requested a roll call vote, we must see a show of hands indicating that at least 1/5 of the members present desire a roll call vote. If all 63 members are present, that means at least 13 members must raise their hands in support of taking a roll call vote. So if one of your colleagues has requested a roll call vote and you would like to support that request, please hold your hand up and hold it as high as possible so that everyone up here on the dais can see it, both members and staff. Second, the committee will observe the 5-minute rule. You all will see the speaker's remaining time on the screens on either side of the room. When your time is up, the clock will turn red, and I will first gently tap the gavel to remind members that their time has expired. So please respect that just for all of us on both sides. Finally, I'll emphasize that the committee prides itself of our longstanding commitment to orderly and respectful debate. We have a strong tradition of working together and seeking consensus where we can. It's my hope and my intention that we will continue to do so now and into the future, and I want to thank you in advance for your cooperation. Obviously, our ranking member's not yet arrived, but as I told you, when she does, we'll interrupt our proceedings and certainly give her an opportunity to make her opening statement. Our first order of business today is consideration of the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill for fiscal year 2026. I'll now recognize Chairman Carter to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I want to commend your leadership as we wrap up the committee's work on fiscal year 2026 appropriations process regarding military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies. I also want to recognize the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro, and the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Their engagement on the bill before us has been very informative, especially the work of Ms. Wasserman Schultz. While there are many things that we agree about, that we disagree about, there are many things that we can agree about. Most importantly, we agree on how important this bill is in supporting our service members and our veterans. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2026 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill today. As I mentioned in subcommittee markup the other day, we need to move forward and do our job as appropriators on this critical legislation. As this process moves forward and we receive further documentation on the OMB budget, we will take it under consideration and put forward a product that best addresses the needs of our service members and veterans. The bill before us provides the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies just over $134 billion in non-defense discretionary funding, as well as $300 billion in mandatory funding to fulfill our obligation to our veterans. As I have stated over many times over, we have an obligation to ensure our veterans get the benefits and care that they've earned. The bill does that while also addressing other issues affecting veterans, including homelessness, mental health services, and taking care of our women veterans. The bill also makes crucial investments totaling nearly $18 billion in the infrastructure of our service members need to work on to live. The committee will continue to prioritize Indo-PACOM and the quality of life investment for 26. As always, this bill keeps our promises to those who put our nation first. I want to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for their efforts and their hard work. We also recognize the importance of this bill as funds essential to military construction projects, support our veterans' health care, and benefits and bolster national security through our investments. I look forward to working with all of you as the bill moves forward, and I ask for your support for this legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Milcon VA Subcommittee maintains our leadoff position for appropriations season as we begin this first full committee markup, and I'm glad we're getting to work, though I think you and I would agree, Mr. Chairman, we're operating under unprecedented circumstances. I appreciate Chairman Cole's emphasis on this being the beginning of the process, and the bills that we consider will look very different as we progress. And of course, thank you to Ranking Member DeLauro for her leadership as we embark on this appropriation season. I also want to thank the staff of the subcommittee, of the full committee, as well as our personal staff, both mine and Judge Carter's. Chairman Carter, thank you for the compliment. I always strive to be informative, and I appreciate your kind word. I do truly appreciate the work that we've accomplished together the past few years, and I know we both prioritize providing quality of life for our service members and their families and providing the best care possible for our veterans. So it is with a heavy heart that I am unfortunately unable to support this bill as currently written. To start, this bill hurdles us towards VA privatization, a top Project 2025 priority that undercuts what veterans consistently ask for, which is the high-quality medical care at VA. By transferring record funding from VA medical services to community care, this bill pushes veterans into private care, even though veteran polls and studies show that when given the option, veterans want to receive their medical care at VA. In 2024, veteran trust in VA healthcare rose to a record 92%, and we should build on this success, not kick veterans to an already crowded private market. I understand there's a need for community care, especially for rural and specialty care. However, countless studies show that when veterans seek care at private hospitals and clinics, they wait longer to see providers and get worse care. They know VA medical professionals choose this work due to its mission to care for our veterans, and that's something the private market simply cannot replicate. We should invest more in VA provider recruitment and retention incentives, increase benefits counselors and adjudicators, not ignore veterans' wishes and speed recklessly into privatization. Second, this bill also lacks guaranteed funding for the PACT Act's Toxic Exposure Fund, despite an administration request for it in the President's budget. Last year, this bill included guaranteed advance funding, which I supported because it's critical to ensure care for toxic exposed veterans is seamless between fiscal years, regardless of shutdowns or looming CRs. We promised our veterans with service-connected toxic exposure illnesses that we'd ensure they have health care through the VA. Additionally, this bill fails to hold the administration accountable for its chaotic and illegal actions over the last few months. There are no provisions in this bill that requires VA Secretary Collins be held accountable for the mass illegal firings of dedicated VA employees, including critical staff for the Veterans Crisis Line. It took a court to hold this administration accountable while the Republican-led Congress sat on its hands, and that is unacceptable. And this bill does absolutely nothing to rein in DOGE. I hear from veterans across the country about how DOGE and this administration's actions hurt their livelihoods. One veteran from Paris, Texas, wrote to me to say, quote, "I have used the VA health system for 14 years with hardly any trouble at all. Now I can't get approval for appointments, can't phone into my doctor anymore, and this Friday no one answered any phones in Bonham. I asked the operator if he was worried, and he was. This is all insane," unquote. Another veteran from Northeast Ohio said, quote, and this is to me, "I am a veteran that served 11 years active duty and still serve in the reserves. I was laid off recently with zero notice. I work for a veteran-owned small business that had a contract with the VA for improving safety and developing a high reliability organization. My company was decimated by the canceling of the VA contracts. Hundreds of my coworkers lost their jobs. My life was honestly turned upside down in one day. I'm grieving a deep loss of not only a job of doing work that I truly believed in, but I am grieving the sudden and senseless loss of my community, coworkers, and close friends. I am the main provider for my family, and I worry about my children, home, and future. It is a very, very scary world when government work and veteran healthcare system no longer feels safe or stable. Trump and Musk's DOGE did this without any notice or input from this committee. This isn't how we should treat our veterans, so please, don't be fooled by the claims that DOJ and this administration imposed all of these arbitrary firings and layoffs to improve care for our veterans. The bill fails to address the attempted illegal transfer of $343 million without proper approval from the committee. The chairman and I had to forcefully remind the secretary that congressional approval is not a suggestion, it is legally required. Without provisions to address these abuses and prevent them from occurring again in the future, this committee's power of the purse is drastically weakened, and it sets a horrible precedent that I'm quite sure my Republican colleagues would be outraged over if a Democratic administration behaved in this same way. On the military construction side, this bill underfunds military construction by $904 million compared to the president's budget request and fails to fund some specific needs like installation resilience and NATO infrastructure commitments. As Russia continues to wage an illegal war in Ukraine and threaten Europe, we should be sending a clear sign that we stand with our NATO allies, allies who've stood by us for decades. And we all know that warming global temperatures are having a devastating impact on our military installations, including sea level rise, recurrent flooding, hurricanes, and extreme weather, as well as extreme heat and drought. Yet this bill includes zero dedicated funding to mitigate this extreme weather damage to our installations and force readiness. We've seen time and again that what devastating extreme weather can do to installations. In 2018, Hurricane Michael mauled Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida and cost the Air Force $4.9 billion to rebuild. And when Typhoon Marwar ran through Guam and devastated the island, the Air Force estimated that it would cost $4 billion to reconstruct Anderson Air Force Base. Finally, this bill includes a plethora of harmful poison pill riders. It once again prohibits the VA from implementing its interim final rule to protect a woman's right to an abortion and counseling. This bill also undermines VA's ability to keep at-risk veterans safe by preventing VA from reporting a beneficiary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This prohibits VA from following federal law to keep guns out of the hands of people who federal law say should not have them because they are a danger to themselves or others. My subcommittee receives notifications every time there's a suicide on VA property. Over the last year, we received suicide notices from Asheville, Los Angeles, McAllen, Minneapolis, Las Vegas, South Texas, Puget Sound, and too many more to name. Every single veteran committed suicide with a firearm. Every single one. With all these serious concerns, I cannot in good conscience support this bill. The subcommittee has a longstanding tradition of bipartisanship, and I truly value my friendship with Chairman Carter, and this makes me sad. I hope we can work through the obstacles and reach a bipartisan agreement as we have in the past. Know that the words you hear today are not personal. They are personal when it comes to the application to fighting for the quality of life and the ability of our veterans and our service members who are active duty to have safe infrastructure over their heads and to make sure that we are prepared for any national security emergency. I hope that we can work together in good faith going forward to take care of our veterans, service members, and their families in the way they deserve. This bill sadly does not yet achieve that. I'm hopeful that it will going forward. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. And again, just a caveat, when our ranking member arrives, she certainly will be recognized for that in addition to any opening remarks she cares to make. I'd once again like to welcome everyone to our first full committee markup for fiscal year 2026. In highlighting the values that we hold close as a nation, it's only fitting that the appropriations process begins with the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill. The proposal before us is a testament to caring for those who selflessly worn America's uniform, their families, and the defenders who follow their path of service. We meet the mission not only in words of gratitude, but in policies that support them. To our veterans, we are fully funding health care and benefits. They upheld their sacred oath to us, and I now promise a grateful nation is keeping our promise to them. To our military families, we are investing in the quality of life issues that matter most: child care, parental resources, housing, and infrastructure. Supporting the loved ones of those who defend us is essential to a strong and ready force. And to our adversaries, we are enhancing America's commitment to peace through strength by investing in base infrastructure and key deterrence efforts in the Indo-Pacific. With this legislation, our obligations to our heroes, defense, and national security are upheld effectively and responsibly. I thank Chairman Carter for leading legislation that honors our veterans, resources our troops, and reinforces our base posture. I'm grateful to him and all the members and staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work on this bill. I urge all members of the committee to support it today. For their hard work, I look forward again to the consideration of this bill, and with that, I yield back. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, this bill has been.
Is your mic on?
Unfortunately, this bill has been a bipartisan bill. As a matter of fact, many of the bills that we did do in the past have been bipartisan bills. And very frankly, in that respect, I think they were better bills. Not only that, but I think they were more likely to be adopted, not only by the Senate, but by the Congress and signed by the President. These bills are not going to go anywhere and are not going to be passed. And there is a disturbing discrepancy, Mr. Chairman, between how this administration praises our veterans and military families and how it actually treats them. Earlier this year, I met with a veteran from my district, Albert Ostering, who works in cybersecurity. He served in the Air Force back in the 90s. He later spent 6 years as a federal contractor for the Department of Defense, and then 8 years as a civilian employee with the Marine Corps, tasked with supporting critical cybersecurity missions. In 2023, he got promotion work at Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. He helped defend America and our allies from cyber attacks and hacking operations perpetrated by foreign adversaries like Russia. The job wasn't easy. Albert often spent Christmas and other holidays apart from his family while on assignments abroad. In that job, throughout his career, however, Albert consistently exceeded expectations and received outstanding reviews from his superiors. He excelled under both Republican and Democratic administrations. He told me, and I quote him, "Not once would I ask, is this a Republican mission or a Democratic mission? It's an American mission. It's what we need to do." That was his premise and his action. On February 14th, Valentine's Day this year, Albert received an email that he had been terminated for performance issues. That was a lie. That was a ruse. That was a made-up reason for removing him for no cause. Neither he nor his supervisor had been warned in advance. A decade of service, health care for his family, his entire livelihood, all brought to an end with a single email. The rhetoric that we use for veterans was not displayed in that action toward that veteran. Is that really how we want to treat our veterans? Sadly, Albert's story, as so many of you know, is not unique. I'm sure every one of you has heard from somebody in your district about how they received a summarily dismissal without cause, without reason, and without notice. That number will surely grow, given the veterans represent some 30% of our federal workers, whom the Trump administration has deemed villains. You know the quote from Mr. Vogt, who heads up OMB. He wanted them to be perceived as villains, every one of our federal employees. How sad. Trump's plan to fire 80,000 VA employees and privatize medical services for our vets will only increase costs, diminish the quality of care, and reduce access to vital programs. That's why, Mr. Chairman, thousands of veterans took to the National Mall last week to protest this administration. These were not my words. These were not Democratic words. These were people who have fought for our country, displayed valor in battle, committed to America's freedom and democracy, summarily told, we don't need you anymore. Frankly, they don't want a parade. They want their country to honor its commitment to them, just as they honored their commitment to their country. This bill is another example, Mr. Chairman, of our government falling short of our sacred duty to care for our veterans and military families. It advances the Trump administration's VA overhaul. However, it hurts our military readiness and the quality of life of our service members and military families by underfunding military construction. Therefore, I must oppose this bill and urge a no vote in each and every member who cares deeply about serving our veterans and our country.
Are there other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman and Chairman Carter and Ranking Members DeLauro and Wasserman Schultz also. Maybe it's important to say that when I first got to Congress, which was a while ago, the very first committee I served on was the Veterans Authorizing Committee, and was the only woman at that time. Over the years, I've seen this body change to be a better place and to make historic steps forward for the country in terms of serving our veterans. They earned in service what we owe to them. And I've seen massive changes, for example, when we covered Agent Orange, and I can still remember Doug Applegate, Congressman from Ohio, who said there's a difference between what is scientifically provable and morally right. And we began to take care of all the veterans from the Vietnam era who were so ill due to cancers related to Agent Orange. We've recently passed, as you well know, the Heath Robinson Toxic War Veterans Pact Act. Heath Robinson traces his history to our Ohio's 9th District. And since it was passed, the PACT Act has opened the door for nearly 2.5 million veterans across this country to access the care they need for toxic substances they sustained while serving, fully funding the PACT Act for those of us who represent vets is an absolute necessity. Instead, this legislation deguts the Toxic Exposure Fund established by the PACT Act by more than half its funding. Instead of strengthening, in addition, the affordable care through the Veterans Health Administration, this legislation also moves to prioritize and privatize veterans' medical services. They don't want that. The veterans want us to improve the veterans' facilities across this country. So the approach, perhaps well-intentioned, is the wrong one. Shifting billions in public financing to private hospitals leads to higher costs, longer waiting lines, and fewer guarantees for the care our veterans have earned. Finally, instead of investing in our military facilities and long-term construction needs, this bill underfunds those accounts, are you ready, by nearly $1 billion. I hope as this bill moves forward, we can fix that. I want to compliment the chair for bringing something before us today, but we have rubber numbers. We really don't know what's going to happen over the next several weeks. But Democrats stand united to support our United States military and all our veterans who have so faithfully and courageously served to preserve liberty for us all. Not a one of them ever asked me for a parade in Washington. They'd prefer the money be put into veterans' health care across this country. Thank you, and I yield back. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding me some time. Mr. Chairman, I hail from South Carolina, and I serve the 6th Congressional District of that state. That district includes Fort Jackson. It includes Charleston Air Force Base. We have the Shaw Air Force Base, the headquarters of the 3rd Army. We have some very serious issues going on in these communities where military men and women who make significant sacrifices live. The Princeton study released recently indicated that North Charleston, South Carolina, where the Charleston Air Force Base is located, leads the nation in let's just go expulsion from homes. Columbia, South Carolina is number 6. These communities have got one thing in common. They are where the military men and women live. And when we looked at the records, we were shocked to find out that so many military families, while a spouse was serving overseas, were being evicted from their homes in and around these military bases. Also, Mr. Chairman, in South Carolina, there was a man whose name was Isaac Woodard. Isaac Woodard was a decorated war veteran coming home from World War II. Isaac Woodard stopped in the little town of Batesburg, Leesville, and when he stopped there, attempted to use a restroom while still in uniform, he was dragged off the bus, beaten severely, and had his eyes punched out by a billy club. Harry Truman was so incensed with that, it is what caused him to sign the executive order integrating the armed services. A few weeks later, 1947, soldiers coming back home from World War II were denied GI benefits for housing. They were denied them simply because of the color of their skin. Coming back home from the war, having just won World War II, the first 3,250 GI housing grants, only 2 went to African Americans. Not 2%, 2 went to African Americans. And then I see in these budgets these dramatic cuts. Just this morning, we talked with the HUD secretary, who is cutting the HUD budget by 51%. At the same time, he says they are refocusing HUD programs dealing with veterans. Veterans are sleeping on the streets, under bridges. Veterans from Vietnam are absolutely being denied the kind of health care that they need to be receiving from the legislation we are now considering. I would hope that as we go through this MilCon appropriations bill, that we would think about the sacrifices made by these men and women, the sacrifices made by their families, and the obligation that we have to them that would allow them to live in dignity as they try to raise their families. You know, it's kind of interesting, when you get denied veteran benefits, like you get denied benefits with housing, these men and women who did not get those benefits, it means that they didn't get the opportunity to participate in the quickest way to independence, the quickest way to wealth. No equity. All the other soldiers were building equity in their homes, passing it on to their children. These men and women did not get that. But it didn't stop with housing. Education as well. These men were denied GI benefits. In fact, I proposed legislation here in this body dealing with Joseph H. Maddox, who came home from the war, applied for admission to Harvard University and was admitted. And when they found out that he was black, they withdrew his admission. And when they inquired about it, they said to him they were not going to violate the Veterans Administration's policies. And because they had accepted Veterans Administration policies, they would not accept him as a student. I proposed legislation in both these gentlemen's names, Isaac Woodard and Joseph Maddox, hoping that we would recognize their children, their descendants, and at some point do something to repair that fault. Now you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I stand to voice my strong opposition to the FY26 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, which is presented here today by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I am disheartened that the concerns of my colleagues and I that were addressed this bill last week were not taken seriously. So I'm again urging the full committee to consider these concerns and proposed amendments, bringing the focus off this administration's wants and back to our veterans and our military members' needs. There's no room here for advancing political agendas at the expense of our veterans, at the expense of our military members, at the expense of their families. Our veterans want to receive care at VA medical centers. Yet in this bill, they're increasing community care by an unprecedented amount. Our military families need better housing and child care centers. Yet we are underfunding military construction for housing and child care centers. Our women veterans deserve a right to receive in their own right individual health care. Yet we are taking away their constitutional right to abortion services if they need it. Veterans deserve to have stability, knowing that their benefits are safe and funded. Yet, this bill is not advance funding the Toxic Exposure Fund. This bill is not about building trust with those we serve. This bill should speak to our nation's values, our nation's priorities, and our commitments. It should reflect who we are, and it should help move us towards who we strive and aim to be. We have the difficult task of balancing financial figures, but we cannot, in that process, sacrifice our potential or jeopardize the well-being of our military families, our veterans, and our national security. As I stated last week, this bill cuts where we need to invest. It deregulates where we need accountability. And most egregiously, it divides when we need to unite. Our military families and our veterans are relying on us. I urge all of my colleagues on this committee and in this Congress to consider these concerns from the lens of our constituents who are currently serving, our veterans and their families, from their perspectives. This population should be the North Star that guides the committee's actions. And we should be working to assure that our active duty military personnel, of their families, and all of our veterans have all of the resources they need, not just to survive, but to thrive. Unfortunately, this bill does not do that, and I'm unable to support it in its current form. So I urge my colleagues, I urge this committee, do the right thing for our veterans. Let's not slight them. They paid the price for the freedoms that we enjoy. We wrote a check, figuratively, when they raised their hands. We cannot let that check come back marked insufficient funds because we cheated them in this committee. We cannot deny the military families the benefits that they deserve while sacrificing and serving for our country. I hope and I pray that each and every one of us will do the right thing when it comes to our veterans, our military families, and our national security. It is truly in our hands, and we need to do what should be done. With that, I yield back.
And the gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for her opening comments on the bill.
I wish the president had submitted a full budget request. We have some of the same issues in this bill that we're going to see again on Thursday when we mark up the defense bill. For the first time in modern history, we did not have a full budget request submitted by the president in time to write these bills. Now, we know that the military construction portion of this bill is going to be about $900 million under what the president is going to request. But like the defense bill, we don't have the granular details. And the administration, what their priorities on military construction really are. Are they barracks? Are they child development centers or family housing which support the quality of life that our service members and their families depend upon from us? Are there additional construction in the Indo-Pacific or the shipyard optimization program? Or is it Golden Dome, which is a concept at best? Without a full budget request, we don't have these answers. We don't know if the funds in this bill will cover the necessary construction costs even. Or if that funding is misaligned, we must manage the funding tails in the defense bill. The downstream impacts of what we do here in military construction become far more difficult to manage without a budget request. And that job has been made even more difficult this year. And I'll use the facility maintenance as an example. We talked about it a little bit this morning in our hearing with the Secretary of Defense. We know for a fact that the Department of Defense has been redirecting fiscal year 2025 funds intended for management, maintenance, sustainment, and modernization of service facilities to the border mission. They haven't told us how much yet this is going to cost. I did kind of glean from it, it might be over 20, close to 25%, or what these physical facilities will become of if they don't have funds directed to them for repair. We do know that this will create holes for those facilities and sustainment accounts in fiscal year 2026 and future defense bills. It will lengthen the backlog of deficit facility projects that need to be funded. This is a huge problem, and it's something we need to address. Our job is difficult enough when we have the full funding blueprint from the administration in front of us, and this year we just don't even have that. If that wasn't bad enough, the Veterans Affairs portion of this bill has a serious problem. Billions in this bill are transferred from the VA to private hospitals and clinics, which will pass the cost on to our veterans and their families while failing to reduce wait times. Furthermore, operating expenses for Veterans Benefits Administration are underfunded, and that will significantly impact staffing and delivery of earned benefits to those who've served. And this is concerning because we know the Trump administration plans to cut up to $80 8,000 employees from the VA. That's a 15% VA workforce reduction. Thousands have already been fired, many who are veterans themselves. And here's the story of just one from my state of Minnesota, and I had the opportunity to meet Joy. Joy Marver is a retired Sergeant First Class of the Army National Guard. Her military career spanned 3 active duty tours, more than 800 days in war zones. She was injured twice during her service. The second time was during a rocket attack in 2020, which left her with a concussion, damaged eyesight, and a traumatic brain injury. But she didn't stop serving the American people after those injuries. Oh no, she kept on. She applied for a job at the VA. And what did she do there at Fort Snelling? She helped retrain her fellow veterans for the civilian workforce. She coordinated veteran burials to honor her fellow veterans with a final resting place. She was the Employee of the Month and received a rating of outstanding level on her last performance in October 2025. But this past February, Joy was fired by the Trump administration. No notice, no cause, no thank you. That's just one story from my state. The Trump administration, I believe, should be ashamed for how it treats veterans like Joy. 15% in the VA employees will not make the VA more efficient. It means cuts to doctors, nurses, and administrative staff. And make no mistake, this will mean a reduction to healthcare services, impacts to benefits, and make the VA times to wait longer, not shorter. Mr. Chairman, at this time, this bill is simply inadequate. We need the administration's full budget request to responsibly address military construction projects. It's our job to stand up for our veterans and ensure they have the health care and the benefits they earn by serving our nation, not to advance right-wing propaganda that you can find in Project 2025 with the goals of privatizing veterans' health care and undermining the VA. I yield back.
Is this on? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today sadly in opposition to this bill because it would severely harm our military readiness and worsen the quality of life and the safety of our service members and their families. This Republican bill will especially hurt our military families at Creech Air Force Base in southern Nevada. That's because this bill underfunds military construction by $904 million, shortchanging the Department of Defense's infrastructure needs. It's important to understand just how important Creech Air Force Base is in leading the charge in the future of warfare. It is literally the center of excellence for our military's remotely piloted aircraft. And we've all seen how effective unmanned aircraft systems are in playing a significant role in combat, especially as we saw in Ukraine this morning, as a matter of fact, and in Russia last week. But instead of investing in Creech and its airmen, the House Republicans want to cut funding to them. Creech already has numerous quality of life issues. It has a lack of base housing, dorms, childcare, specialized health care, youth center, commissary, and basic amenities to support our service members and their families. And to make matters worse, critical upgrades to Creech's medical facilities to increase capacity were delayed until fiscal year 26 due to a lack of funding. The underfunding in this fiscal year 26 bill will now almost certainly delay that project even further. This means that airmen and their families literally will have to continue to travel 50 miles in some cases just to get the care they need. Look, I'm working to get assignment incentive pay reinstated for the airmen at Creech to offset some of their cost caused by the difficult challenges of their jobs. I've led legislation to do it. And last year, we worked together and were able to get signed into law a pay increase for junior enlisted service members. and another 4.5% for all other troops. But these cuts in this bill are unacceptable, and I hear from these military families each and every day. Not only is it a slap in the face to the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect us, but it is weakening our military readiness and damaging our warfighters. Our military families at Creech Air Force Base are getting screwed over because of this type of legislation. And if that wasn't bad enough, this bill enacts Project 2025 goals to privatize medical care for veterans by transferring billions to private hospitals and clinics, which will only lead to longer wait times, diminished quality of care, and higher costs to taxpayers. And I just had several hospitals from Southern Nevada in my office worried about what the cuts in the reconciliation bill will do to their systems even further. So think about that. We're cutting the VA, we're cutting Medicaid, and what is that going to do, not just to veterans, but to all of our constituents? We should be supporting the men and women who make our military the greatest fighting force in the world. This bill doesn't even come close to doing that, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for her opening remarks.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose the fiscal year 2026 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill that we're considering today. Our veterans are heroes who've given so much to our country. Their sacrifices can never be fully repaid, but the least we can do is to provide them with the high-quality health care and other benefits that they're entitled to. When they come home, they deserve to know that the country they fought for is going to deliver on its promises. And today we have the opportunity to keep those promises. But unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle have chosen to join the Trump administration in turning their backs on veterans. To start, this bill takes a page right out of the Project 2025 playbook by wasting billions of taxpayer dollars to privatize veterans' medical care. Even though this approach will only lead to higher costs, longer wait times, and more barriers to care. So while this committee could be investing in vital VA-based care that is consistently preferred by veterans and outperforms private community care, House Republicans have written a bill that will raise costs and lower the quality of veterans' care. This is unacceptable. If that wasn't bad enough, let's talk about the PACT Act. I was proud to support this historic bipartisan expansion of health care and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances like burn pits and Agent Orange. Since its passage, the VA has delivered new PACT Act-related disability benefits to more than 1.4 million veterans and over 14,000 survivors who have died of toxic exposure-related illnesses. The PACT Act was a promise. If you put your life on the line for this country, we will take care of you. But this bill breaks its promise by failing to provide guaranteed advance funding for the PACT Act Toxic Exposure Fund. Advance funding provides the certainty the VA needs to plan for and deliver high-quality care for our veterans who are subjected to toxic exposures. And it doesn't stop there. This bill is packed with the same cruel, performative policy riders we see year after year. As a nurse, I believe healthcare is a human right, including the full range of reproductive healthcare services. But this bill blocks the VA from providing abortions or even abortion counseling. It would force many of our veterans, like countless women across this country since the disastrous Dobbs decision, to wait until they're on their deathbeds to receive essential health care. It's extreme, it's deadly, and it's anti-veteran. The bill also underfunds military construction by $904 million, delaying critical infrastructure needs that are vital to our military readiness. That hurts recruitment. It worsens the quality of life for service members and their families, and it undermines our national security. But perhaps most alarming, this bill fails to stop the Trump administration's dangerous, unconstitutional effort to dismantle the Department of Veterans Affairs. So far, the Trump administration has illegally fired thousands of VA staff that support critical services, like processing claims benefits and keeping the Veterans Crisis Line running. And they have canceled more than 500 contracts. These cuts have interrupted veteran services and threatened the future of critical research from cancer treatments to suicide prevention. And this is just the beginning. Donald Trump's VA secretary has said publicly that the administration's goal is to reduce the agency's staff by 15%. That's 80,000 fewer professionals working to keep our promises to those who have served this country and many future veterans left behind. Already, I've heard from veterans in my district about the distress caused by these impending cuts. At my most recent town hall, one veteran who has sought mental health care at the VA since 1970 shared his concerns about the future of his care in the midst of these impending cuts. Another constituent of mine reached out via email and shared that, quote, veterans that use the Center for Mental Health Issues are having anxiety attacks over the issues at the VA. This is the real cost of the administration's decisions. And instead of standing up for veterans, my Republican colleagues have written a bill that rubber stamps the administration's illegal and cruel acts. For all these reasons and more, I cannot support this bill. Our veterans deserve better. They deserve a Congress that will honor their service, not just with words, but with action. They deserve a fully funded VA, access to comprehensive health care, including reproductive care, and a government that keeps its promises. I ask my colleagues across the aisle to do the right thing, to stand up for veterans, and reject this misguided bill. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for her opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am extremely disappointed to see the damage to the vital funding for the Milcon VA bill that is done in this bill before us today. Just to mention a few things, you've heard people talking about the 80,000 proposed staffing cuts, which is absolutely a way to move forward to privatizing our veterans' medical care. This cuts veterans and families' access to reproductive health care and has many more problems that we'll have a chance to address in our amendments that will be coming soon. But I want to talk about a couple of specific impacts that we will see in Maine. The first one is called Installation Resilience Funding, $30 million cut. Now, it's kind of a wonky term, but it will mean a lot to our state. For those of you who don't know, I am blessed to have the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in my district. Luckily, there's no one in here from New Hampshire, because sometimes they think it's a New Hampshire shipyard, but very clearly, it is in Maine, even if it's called Portsmouth. It is in Kittery, Maine. It is a vital military facility where we overhaul, repair, and modernize our U.S. Navy's nuclear-powered subs, specifically the Los Angeles and Virginia class. This shipyard, for you history buffs, was established in 1800, and the first ship they built was a 74-gun warship called the USS Washington in 1814. It was a vital shipyard during World War II, where we constructed 75 submarines and had up to 25,000 people there working every day. Now, I'm very grateful to this committee for consistently investing in upgrades and improvements in the dry dock and modernization facilities there. But you should know that when you build on the coast, any of your coasts, my coast, your coast, the West Coast, it is not stable. And if you were in Maine in 2024, just a year ago, November, we had 2 severe storms that wiped out about 50% of our working waterfronts. And even this year, there has been some of the greatest sea level surge in the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard recorded in all time. So what happens then? It risks flooding to our nuclear submarines. You can imagine how expensive and delicate this operation is. And this year, they had to use sheets of plywood to keep the dry docks from flooding. The millions and millions of dollars you have invested are now being kept safe with some sheets of plywood. Why would we spend millions of dollars in the PSYOP to modernize these facilities if we're not going to spend a measly $30 million for resilience funding? It just doesn't make any sense. You know why? Because resilience is one of those prohibited words. Perhaps it is woke. Perhaps it means climate change. So for the sake of some prohibited words and things that people think don't actually matter, we are not going to protect our essential investment. Now, as you can imagine, I could go on and on. But I do want to mention one more thing. The staffing cuts that are being proposed and have already happened, whether it's through the DOGE or the deferred resignation. By the way, that deferred resignation that Elon Musk thought up means that you let people out of their jobs, said, go ahead, go home, don't go to work, but we'll keep paying you till September, and we can't fill those vital positions. So all those people who thought, maybe I should take the buyout because I might get fired, are sitting home wishing they were at work, getting paid, and we are spending the taxpayers' dollars for people to do nothing. I'm lucky to represent a VA clinic. I also have Togus medical facility in my district, and I want you to know the number one call that we get from veterans who call in for constituent service, and I know you all do a lot of veteran services in your offices too, is the wait times for VA appointments. It used to be about 17 days, which is a long time to wait, but most recently we heard from a vet who was recently separated and waited 63 days to get to that appointment. You tell me it's not going to get worse if we lay off 80,000 more people. The need is there. These cuts are shameful. The damage we're doing in this bill will be shameful. I'm sorry I can't support it, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levins, recognized for his remarks.
Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, appreciate the hard work that went into drafting this bill and the inclusion of several of my funding and language requests for our veterans and junior enlisted service members. However, I still cannot support the bill as currently written. I'm worried that this bill is part of this administration's attempt to privatize the VA. We've known this was the plan from the start. During our subcommittee markup, I brought a copy of Project 2025, which outlines exactly how this administration plans to carry out privatization. This comes at a time when VA plans to fire up to 80,000 workers. I might add, roughly a fourth or more are veterans themselves. And as the administration's hiring freeze is preventing local VA facilities from hiring the people they need to serve our veterans. In other words, VA is losing employees without doing anything to recruit new ones. Fewer VA employees mean greater delays in veterans' benefits and veteran services. Our veterans deserve better than this. I met with so many of them and with VA employees across my district, and they're scared and they're angry. The brave VA employees who've shared their stories with me describe an atmosphere of fear and intimidation. Don't take it from me. Go talk to them yourselves. I'm going to share one of their stories now. Last week, I met with the spouse of a San Diego VA employee who wishes to remain anonymous for the sake of their spouse's job. They shared the impact of the President's executive order ending collective bargaining rights for the vast majority of the federal workforce and the imminent large-scale reduction in force at VA. Quote, this dual strategy of starving resources and open hostility jeopardizes the union-led federal workforce and the nation's duty of care to nearly 16 million veterans, end quote. They shared with me that VA has become an explicitly hostile work environment and that many high performers have opted to leave. They shared that VA leadership has ordered management to, and I quote, terminate the performance improvement plans of the lowest performing employees and implement a new mandatory overtime requirement, end quote. Quote, this haphazard approach is exhausting the workforce while reducing the quality of work and service, end quote. Friends, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. When VA employees are pushed to the brink, they are not able to serve our nation's heroes effectively. This bill would only make the problem worse by shifting significant funding to private hospitals and clinics that could better serve our veterans if it was instead invested in the VA healthcare system. I joined this subcommittee and this committee to fight for our veterans and our junior enlisted service members that I represent at places like Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. I'm grateful that this bill includes some of the funding I requested to improve our barracks. It's needed, and the family housing as well. But I've got to address the disturbing comments that were made by our Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, that'll impact these same Marines and these same sailors. Just a few days ago, Secretary Hegseth posted that active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton, again in my district, would be mobilized for the purpose of law enforcement in nearby Los Angeles. And now approximately 700 active duty Marines, not from Camp Pendleton, but from nearby 29 Palms, have been deployed. Our armed forces have a long history of remaining apolitical. Apolitical. My grandfather served in World War II and always told me that the strength of our military was that we do not, in part, the strength was that we do not ask it to conduct civilian law enforcement. It's one of the fundamental principles of our armed forces. Our Marines are trained to be lethal, the greatest fighting force in the world. They are not extensively trained for law enforcement or non-lethal operations. It runs counter to our Marines training. I'm demanding answers from the Secretary of Defense. The Marines that I represent deserve nothing less. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for his opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in opposition to the fiscal year 2026 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. This bill shifts a record amount of funding, 67%, away from VA medical care and into community care, pushing veterans towards private care that may not be able to meet their unique needs. This is more about enacting the Project 2025 goals of privatizing the VA than helping veterans. It also fails to provide funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund, which just creates unnecessary uncertainty for toxic exposed veterans who need access to care and benefits through this fund. It threatens the rights of women and LGBTQI+ veterans by severely limiting access to abortion care and ripping away access to medically necessary and life-saving gender-affirming care. And it reduces investments in key areas like mental health, telehealth, and rural health initiatives. The VA is already reeling from the devastating impacts that Elon Musk and Doge have had on its workforce, another critical issue this bill fails to address. But don't take my word for it, take it from the veterans and the people who work from the VA. There's a veteran, Jen S. She's an employee at the Altoona Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Pennsylvania. She writes, quote, "I'm writing today to communicate the real and immediate impact these decisions on reductions in force are having on our direct patient care and the overall morale of the workforce. In many departments, both veteran and non-veteran employees are now doing the jobs of multiple individuals. They're afraid to speak up. They're afraid they haven't done enough when they are now required to continue to submit weekly activity emails to human resources. In addition, no overtime or compensatory time is approved unless a veteran is physically in front of an employee, which could lead to scenarios where care coordination is cut off simply because someone's shift has ended. The strength of any veteran's healthcare system lies in its people. We cannot continue down a path that pushes out experienced, dedicated staff while simultaneously compromising the quality of care veterans deserve." And then a veteran who prefers to remain anonymous from outside of Cleveland, Ohio, said, "I served 20 years active duty Air Force, retired in 2001, have since worked for and retired for an FAA repair facility in Mentor, Ohio. My son started working in the DFAS government position and then moved to Buffalo, New York to take a position in the IRS. He has since lost his job due to President Musk's job cuts. Trump has endangered my 401k, where I've lost $50,000 since his inauguration, and now is threatening my VA benefits and Air Force retirement. If he keeps going making cuts to SSA's Ponzi scheme, I could lose everything I've served for." This bill breaks with our faith with our veterans. I urge my colleagues to reject this measure and work towards a bipartisan solution that fully funds the VA, rejects radical agendas like Project 2025 and privatization, protects access to health care for all veterans, and guards the VA against the administration's unlawful actions to fire dedicated employees and jeopardize access and quality of veterans' care and benefits. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized for his opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to speak in opposition of the FY26 Military Construction VA bill. Mr. Chairman, I wish we were here to discuss a funding bill that supported our veterans and tackled the affordability crisis head on. This bill doesn't do enough to lower the costs that hardworking Americans and hardworking veterans face on a daily basis. And it's an unacceptable contrast that we sit here today to speak about our commitment to our veterans when just a few weeks ago we voted to throw off, as a body, to throw veterans off of health care and take food off their tables. It is un-American to hand out tax breaks for billionaires on the backs of the men and women who serve this country. When our veterans made the decision to serve our country, they were promised that we would have their backs when they returned home. This legislation is a direct violation of that promise. By cutting funding for vital services that our veterans rely on, we are turning our backs on the men and women who served this country. Veterans across the country continue to report delays and backlogs and barriers when trying to access benefits that they've earned. You've heard some of those stories from my colleagues today. But instead of fixing these problems, this bill cuts funding for the Veterans Benefits Administration, making it even more difficult for veterans to get help with processing their claims. Our service members and our veterans deserve better than this funding bill. They are already facing cost of living crisis, and this legislation only increases the financial challenges that they're facing. Where is the plan for making housing more affordable? We need to be working together in a bipartisan way to deliver solutions that make life better and more affordable for our veterans. I hope today we can pledge to work together to make some of these common sense changes that will achieve these priorities for our veterans. This committee has a record of working together to get things done. I hope that we can dispense with the partisanship and work on a bill that can actually become law, but that's going to mean dramatic changes to what we have in front of us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It always surprises me and indeed saddens me how willing my colleagues on the Republican side are to reduce the quality of living for our service members and their families. I know many of you have served or have family members who've served, and we thank you all for your service. So I don't understand how you can all happily support a bill that would have stripped resources from you and your families. We are not oblivious to the long-term impacts of privatizing veterans' health care. This bill would allocate over $30 billion to medical community care. This is the largest increase that we've ever seen, and we know that this increase represents the Republicans' goal of privatizing health care for veterans and anything else that can help privatize. These people gave their lives to this country, and what do the Republican counterparts do in return? Well, they increase their copays when they need to see a doctor and prohibit reproductive support services for service women and their spouses, and that's not even a quarter of the harm that is in this bill. Our veterans need and deserve tailored care due to the physical and psychological stressors that come with their job. We cannot strip the VA of its ability to provide that direct care by moving millions into private hospitals and clinics that already are struggling to serve the greater community. We must increase funding for VA health care so our veterans get the targeted care that they need without the long wait times, and the bureaucratic hurdles. We must reject deliberate choices to weaken the VA and to replace this much-needed healthcare system with a more expensive model that seeks to place profit over people. We are witnessing high heat and flood levels across our country now. And in addition to what we're doing in this proposal to weaken healthcare, well, we're leaving our communities and our military installations in desolate areas out there on a limb all by themselves. This bill, in FY24, the bill provided $30 million for installations for resiliency projects and $150 million for disaster recovery. However, this year, That number is 0 for either of these efforts. The lack of dedicated funding to protect our military installations from climate change and natural resources is barbaric. A natural resource is just that, natural, meaning it isn't controlled by man, which means it can't be stopped by man. The only thing we can do is protect ourselves, and unfortunately, this bill does not do that. In fact, it does the exact opposite for our service members and families. My state alone has about 5 military installations. I know Texas has about 15, Kentucky has 2, and Tennessee has 4, and the list goes on and on and on. With thousands of people living and working on them, military installations are not immune to natural disasters. It is our responsibility to protect the infrastructure that houses the people who serve and protect our country. We owe it to our veterans to support programs that provide shelter and basic necessities, but we cannot ignore protecting our service members who live on base. We must remember that whatever we don't do to help our installations now will surely have an impact on our national security later. Our service members deserve the right to protect themselves from all forms of threats, and yes, that includes even storms, winds, and rain. I cannot and I will not support this legislation because my state deserves better, my veterans deserve better, and so do yours. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Y, Mr. Case, is recognized for his opening comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I fully endorse my colleagues' remarks on the overall content of this bill, both on the sufficiency of military construction in general and especially on the deficiencies in this bill in taking care of our veterans. All of that I fully agree with. But I'd like to focus my comments here today on my part of the world, the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific, of course, our priority theater. We say this all the time. We know this. Where our pacing challenge, a generational challenge with the PRC and its allies and partners is playing out with great risk, great necessity of action. And this is where we should be putting our money from a defense perspective. Now, my friend and respected colleague, the chair of the subcommittee, made a statement in his opening remarks that this bill takes care of the Indo-Pacific. I think that was your words, sir. And with great respect, I have to disagree with that because I do not see the evidence that the Indo-Pacific is in any way, shape, or form prioritized in this particular bill, and I speak on the military construction side of this bill here. How many MILCON projects in the Indo-Pacific are in this bill? How many? One. One project for $50 million in Guam for defense access roads. One MILCON project in this bill. Now, I have no problem with the defense access roads in Guam, but let's consider what is not in this bill from the perspective of military construction. And these are just a couple of examples. Let's stay with Guam for a second. Devastated in May of 2023 by Typhoon Mawar, with billions of dollars of damage to key military installations on Guam, a forward base, the homeland of our country that is critical to our preparations and our national defense with respect to the PRC. There's nothing in this bill to take care of that. We know that the Navy and other services need significant improvements at Naval Base Guam in Upper Harbor on Guam, starting with, just as one example, Polaris Point, a key forward base for our forward positioning of our submarines, both fast attack and ballistic. That needs a military construction component. Let's talk about the Air Force here and what the Air Force refers to as agile combat, which is its plan to meet the challenge of the PRC by dispersing basing, not centralizing it, and by providing for the ability to land in different places and to operate from different places. And as a result, the Air Force is investing, wants to invest, a lot of money in places that most of us have never heard of. places like Yap, places like Tinian, places like Palau. These are critical to the Air Force's war plan, and yet there's nothing in here for those particular MILCON projects. Let's talk about Wake Island. Out of there in the middle of the Pacific, a critical facility that needs more attention. Wake is literally falling into the ocean, and yet we have not taken care of Wake Island. And then, of course, there's Hawaii. I hope and believe we would all agree that Hawaii has a place to play in all of this at this point, and yet there's no MILCON for Hawaii in this project. My colleague from Maine talked about PSYOP. There's no funding to make sure that our shipyards can continue to serve us in this capacity. There is a CBO report that calls for billions and billions and billions of deferred maintenance and other construction right in Hawaii, including, for example, Kaneohe Bay Marine Base at $1.1 billion, Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam at $1 billion, and I could go on down the list. And then there is the problem of a continued reluctance, a continued closing of their eyes by the Defense Department of anything that smacks of any kind of base resilience, because they don't want to talk about the effects of the weather on our basing, and therefore things get zeroed out that the military knows that we need. And this is simply the wrong way to take a look at this. We are shortchanging this critical strategy in our MILCON, and we've got to correct this before it is literally too late. For these reasons and others, I oppose this bill. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley's remarks or recognized, excuse me, for his opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I associate myself with the remarks of my Democratic colleagues. And if I were to follow suit, I would detail the short staffing at Jesse Brown VA Medical Center, located in Chicago, serving 62,000 veterans in the area, short-staffed, including those in my district. I could talk about the health aide, VA health, home health aide, who said that she's postponing her retirement because the center is so short-staffed. If she quits, she retires, there'll be veterans without care. But I think the real disservice is this. This is an extraordinary waste of time that does a disservice to those veterans and all Americans. Who's going to lay odds that we're not heading for another CR? When we're talking in such extreme measures, where's there possibility for any kind of common ground? Second, we're not even dealing with real numbers here. We all have to face the fact that we're just talking so that we can say we had these hearings. There's no 302Bs, there's no real requests, there's no real numbers. And finally, what's more disturbing than all, and I consider you all my friends, is what difference does it make if we actually were to pass a bill through regular order if the administration can totally ignore it, not follow any of it, make random cuts with no thought or reason? And we can understand a thoughtful analysis of how to make government more efficient. But people at Jesse Brown were telling me, the supervisors were saying, people didn't show up at work. And they said, why aren't you at work? And they said, well, I got fired. They told me from DC. And why? They didn't even ask anybody, who could you do without? Where could you afford cuts? They just made cuts. And that day, veterans didn't get it. With respect, you abdicated your Article 1 powers. And until you stand up for the bills that you fight for, we're wasting our time. And respectfully, that's the real disservice to our veterans and to all Americans.
Thank you. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today deeply disappointed about this bill because it fails our veterans. service members, and their families. This bill cuts funding to the Veterans Benefits Administration, directly hurting veterans trying to access the benefits that they've earned. The VA is already overwhelmed. Veterans wait months and even years just to get their claims processed. Cutting resources will only make those wait times even worse. My constituent Ryan from Ontario, California, a veteran, was declared permanently disabled after fighting 5 years to win his appeal. But he won't see a single dollar for 6 more months, not because he doesn't qualify, but because backlogs and understaffing. Ryan is now facing homelessness. This is what happens when we gut the very system meant to help those who served our country. This bill also pushes privatizing of the VA, outlined in Project 2025, pulling money away from trusted systems and giving it to private providers. That means fracture care, higher costs, and longer wait times. Veterans deserve consistent, comprehensive care, not a patchwork system that prioritizes profits. And this bill goes even further, restricting abortion counseling, and in some cases, care itself at the VA. It forces invasive reporting on abortion services, and this is a direct violation of privacy and an attack on women, veterans who served their country honorably. Beyond healthcare, this bill cuts support for veterans, housing, and food assistance from veterans who are struggling to get by. The cuts are only going to make their life even harder. And as a mother of an Air Force veteran, I will never stop fighting for service members, veterans, and their families. This bill abandons them. They deserve respect, care, and full support, not cuts. And I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2026 MilCon and Veterans Affairs Funding Bill. I'm proud to represent Queens, New York, home to over 38,000 veterans, more than any other borough in the city. One of those veterans is Mr. Luke Graziani of Woodside, Queens, who served 20 years in the U.S. Army. He completed 4 combat tours, 2 in Iraq and 2 in Afghanistan, sacrificing for his unit, his family, and his country. Mr. Graziani is a hero, but even that didn't protect him from this administration's treatment of veterans and public servants. At the beginning of the year, Mr. Graziani was working at the James J. Peters Medical Center. One morning, he received a cold, templated email telling him he was terminated and to pack up his belongings and leave by noon. He wasn't alone. Nearly 6,000 veterans across the federal government got the same email. Up to 80,000 employees at the VA could be fired, rolling back staffing to 2019 levels despite increased need for VA services. How did the administration justify this? A former senior White House official defended the firings by saying veterans might not be fit to have a job at this moment or not willing to come to work. That's outrageous. Veterans like Mr. Graziani are not only willing to serve, they already have. And now they serve again, this time as federal employees, delivering critical care and services to others. The way they were discarded was disgraceful. And what does the House majority think of these veterans and public servants, those who once wore the uniform and who still do? This bill makes it painfully clear. It makes their quality of life worse by underfunding military construction by almost $1 billion. It enacts Project 2025 by taking steps to privatize the VA, leading to worse outcomes, higher costs, and longer wait times. It weakens the power of our women in uniform to make decisions about what's best for their own health. It makes our service members and their families more vulnerable to climate change, natural disasters, and extreme weather. And it does nothing to protect veteran federal employees like Mr. Graziani, willing to give their lives for this country, only to be tossed aside by Doge and billionaires like Elon Musk. Fortunately, Mr. Graziani fought back, and he won. He was reinstated and received full back pay, but not everyone has. And under current law, it's not a guarantee that they will. That's why I'll be offering an amendment to guarantee full back pay for every VA employee who was unjustly terminated and later reinstated. They deserve every cent without delay. For now, I remain strongly opposed to this bill because it abandons our veterans, weakens our military families, and guts public services, all to make room for more tax breaks for the wealthy. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel's recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to recognize the dedicated men and women who serve in my local VA system, individuals who show up every day and persevere despite the senseless layoffs that's gutted their workforce. And for those of you who have served us in the military, I want to thank all the veterans here. All of you who have loved ones who have served, I want to thank you. My home community of Palm Beach County is home to more than 60,000 veterans, including my own son, Ben, a proud Marine Corps veteran who served both in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I rise today not only as a member of Congress, but as a Marine mom. And I got to tell you that parts of this bill severely aggravate me because I know firsthand the sacrifices that our service members make. And like most Americans, I believe that when they return home, they should get the health care and support that they've earned. And that promise is under serious threat. Drastic funding cuts pushed by the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, and his so-called Doge boys have wreaked havoc across federal agencies, including the VA. Doge, that's what they call them, Doge. They've stormed into government, slashing staff, bullying employees into early retirement, and leaving chaos in its wake. And now, sadly, being rubber-stamped by our Republican colleagues. These reckless reductions in the federal workers have real-life consequences, especially for our veterans trying to access the care they need. And this bill also funnels billions into private care, overlooking the fact that many veterans suffer from complex conditions like PTSD that aren't often seen or well treated in the private sector. And in that regard, I'm going to share one of the stories of my constituent. He's a 78-year-old disabled veteran named James. He served in the Marines 1967 to 1969, and when he returned, he suffered from severe nightmares, insomnia, anxiety, trouble concentrating, symptoms that we now recognize as PTSD. And for decades, James struggled. His condition made it hard for him to keep a job, to maintain relationships, or even get through a normal day. Eventually, the depression became so deep that in 2019, James began having frequent thoughts of suicide. But fortunately, he found help at our local VA. He was referred to a PTSD specialist and began a course of therapy that helped him to return his life around. And he told me, James said this, "The VA saved my life." But just a few months ago, that same therapist who had been seeing James regularly for months was laid off due to staffing cuts to those Doge boys What does that stand for? I don't know. But now, James is back on the wait list. He's been waiting months to be assigned a new therapist, and he said, I'm scared of landing in that dark place again. I don't know how much longer I can wait for someone to help me with these difficult thoughts. So let me just ask everyone here. I'll ask everybody, does this honorable veteran deserve to live in fear? Should he be forced to wait months for the care he needs? I'll answer the question. Of course not. For veterans like James, care from a trusted specialized VA provider is not a luxury. It's a lifeline. Forcing him to start over with private care that may not understand the complexity of combat trauma puts him at serious risk. A country's budget is supposed to reflect its values, and we should value our veterans. I know we value our veterans, so I hope that together we can work together to get this bill to a place that truly honors the promise we've made to our service members. And so folks like James can get the care they need. And until then, I will vote. Unless we can fix this bill, maybe we'll fix it. But right now, I'm voting no. And I yield back.
Thank you. As I said at the beginning, when the ranking member arrived, we would go to her for her opening statement. Any comments about the bill? If you want to break it in two, that's fine too. I know you've been doing quite a bit over in rules, but, and then after that, we'll resume with member comments about the bill. So with that, I recognize the gentlelady, the distinguished ranking member of the full committee, my friend, Mr. Laura from Connecticut.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman, for yield, and thank you for your indulgence. I was not out bowling or going to a movie. I was at the Rules Committee for the last, I guess, 3 hours, et cetera. Always an experience, but I really thank you for your indulgence. I thank you for your friendship. And I said many times before, we've had the opportunity to work together in so many ways over the years in which we have produced bipartisan bills that I think have really address the needs and the concerns of this nation. And my hope is that we can get there again this time around. And before we begin, I want to thank all the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle for their work. And in particular, let me say thank you to Farouk Ofaso, Tyler Coe, and Farouk, congratulations, first markup as a subcommittee clerk. Baptism by fire is always good. This is the first full committee markup of a fiscal year 2026 bill, and we do so in completely unprecedented times, with the Congress's authority and this committee's relevance being challenged by a lawless administration. If it is true that there are Democrats, there are Republicans, and there are appropriators, then now is the time for appropriators to stand up. Let's preserve our constitutional authority over the power of the purse. Since taking office, the Trump administration has stolen funding appropriated by this committee, passed by the House and the Senate, signed into law by the President, for programs and services across the federal government that help to grow the middle class, protect the working class, fuel small businesses, and make sure billionaires and mega corporations play by the rules and pay taxes. The President is not laser-focused on the cost of living crisis, which he is actually making worse. He promised to fight for the working class, but instead put billionaires in charge of our government. They are attacking programs that support veterans, firing thousands of veterans who serve in our government in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. These cuts are not just numbers on a page. They are not only felt in Washington. They touch all of our districts, including my own. There are well over 100,000 veterans in Connecticut. My district is home to Connecticut's only VA hospital and that performs inpatient care, the West Haven VA Medical Center. The staff at the West Haven VA received resignation offers and Elon Musk's, quote, 5 things email. Among them are Renee Luno-Shekfi, a registered nurse who says morale among the center staff has been impacted by this administration's tactics and policies. She said, and I quote, "I could tell you what I didn't do last week. I didn't take lunch a single day. I didn't take a 15-minute break a single day because we are trying to do a lot with what little we have." The West Haven VA Medical Center, like VA facilities across the country, does not have too many staff or too much funding. It is already doing a lot with a little. But this administration has no boundaries when it comes to jeopardizing the programs and services the American people depend on. And that includes programs that serve America's veterans. The bill before us will enact a key Project 2025 proposal by transferring billions of taxpayer dollars to private hospitals and clinics, leading to longer wait times, poor communication and coordination, diminished quality of care for veterans, and higher costs for taxpayers. This is a step toward privatization. This bill would worsen quality of life for service members and their families while putting veteran safety at risk. While our military faces massive recruitment challenges, the bill underfunds military construction by nearly $1 billion, hurting our recruitment and retention and undermining our military readiness. By making it harder to keep guns out of the hands of those legally barred from holding them, this bill endangers veterans' safety. This bill leaves military installations, service members, and their families vulnerable to climate change and worsening natural disasters by failing to include dedicated funding to strengthen military installations against these threats or to help them recover from past disasters. Defense leaders, including during President Trump's first term, have warned of the danger that climate change poses to our military and the tens of billions of dollars in damage to military installations from recent severe weather reinforces their point. Former Secretary Mattis warned that climate change threatened American interests and our defense assets around the world, and said that climate change is, and I quote, a challenge that requires a broader whole-of-government response, end quote. The bill attacks women veterans, who are the fastest-growing group served by the Department of Veterans, with a policy rider that limits abortion access and prohibits abortion counseling. The women who volunteer to serve and defend our nation, to protect America's sacred rights and freedoms, should not come home to find their medical care and family planning decisions being made by anyone else except themselves, their families, their doctors, and their faith. These riders do nothing but put us on a path of partisan division that will make it more difficult to come to an agreement on full-year bills. Ending fiscal 2025 with an unprecedented full-year continuing resolution was a missed opportunity to invest in our veterans and in our service members. We should be working towards a bipartisan bill that can actually pass this year. The majority not including advanced funding for the PACT Act speaks volumes about a lack of commitment to those who have suffered toxic exposures. And finally, the bill undercuts our commitments to our military partners. The Trump administration has already done a masterful job at alienating America on the world stage and turning our back on our closest allies. Yet, this bill goes even further, underfunding NATO infrastructure by almost $200 million, undermining infrastructure projects our own troops in Europe rely on. Our credibility as a national security partner has been trashed by this administration. Now is not the time to retreat from our alliances even further. The majority may suggest that they are supporting our veterans' needs with this bill alone, but we all know that it does not contain all of the programs that most vulnerable veterans depend on. Programs and services from food assistance to education to health research, which this administration has illegally frozen and dismantled, and which their budget decimates funding for, support veterans around the country. Losing that support means abandoning our responsibilities and our promises to our nation's veterans. I cannot support this bill, but it is my deepest hope that we can improve this bill to support our veterans, our service members, and to support workers and their families. Thank you, and I yield back. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and it's all right with the ranking member, then we'll just resume with the comments from members. Just, Rosa, just making sure it's okay, we'll just resume now with comments to members.
Yes, that's
okay, very good. Chair recognizes Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. I am pleased to be a new member of this committee, and I look forward to learning the rhythms of this place. I already get the tips on snacks and blankets, and I'll learn more as I go. But sadly, I must stand in opposition to the Milcon Vets Affairs Appropriations Bill. I come from a family of veterans. My grandfather, Harry Eaton of Philadelphia, was a Navy veteran during World War I, and inspired by him, my two brothers, Harry and Bob, joined the Navy during the Vietnam War. My late brother, Harry, served stateside, and my eldest brother, Bob, served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam as a radio man. I have many vets on my staff. I'm lucky to work with them. They come back and they want to serve more. I have powerful, good vets on my staff. And I rise against this bill because our vets deserve better than this. They deserve the very best. I was reading an article back in May of this year where morale at the VA has plummeted following the administration's announcement of cuts of nearly 15%, 80,000 VA employees. And maybe you all were as astonished as I to hear Secretary Collins so glibly say that cutting 80,000 VA employees will not impact veterans and veterans' health care. Of course it does. Of course it already is. I have here with me Project 2025, and in the 600 range, page 600 range, specifically, Mr. Chairman, Department of Veterans Affairs, Chapter 20, the mission statement starts on 641 and goes through 655. Over and over, laced throughout this chapter on veteran affairs, is the need to hire outside contractors, to shift care to independent outside doctors, contractors, urgent cares, moving veterans outside the system. In Orwellian language, like you can't believe, on page 650, under the term personnel, tell me if you understand what this means. Pursue reforms to the human capital management process and operations within the VBA. I don't know what human capital management process and operations is, but I have a feeling it has to do with human beings, people who actually work there. Unfortunately, this bill takes up that kind of Orwellian drain everything of humanity language. And over again, it urges the privatization, of course, for profit outside of the VA. I was talking to some vets yesterday in my district, and they said to me, and they do work with veterans, particularly around veteran suicide, they say vets feel forgotten. One veteran said to me, vets feel abandoned. Take a look at this, God bless you. The PACT Act, not fully funded. Really? We finally got it right by our veterans in terms of toxic exposure, and we're not going to fully fund it into the new year. Take a look at the limit on women's health care, including access to abortion information, counseling, let alone the information as to the offering of services for abortion care. After all, abortion care is health care. I wonder if male veterans suffer such retraction of information for their good health. Take a look at construction. $1 billion short on construction funding. I just was curious, I don't know. It falls short nearly $1 billion on construction funding. It falls short of our U.S. commitment to our allies, as the ranking member just said, again harming our reputation around the world. We are the indispensable nation, but here we are shortchanging NATO allies' infrastructure. Finally, I would argue that we must much more robustly fund veterans' mental health and addiction services. As you know, we have a horrible statistic that as many as 20 veterans a day take their own lives. It happens in my district, sadly. It happens among people that I know. 20 veterans a day is more than 7,000 veterans a year. They deserve better. We must not forget our veterans. Help them with their problems with addiction. Help them with their problems with mental health. I'll close with this. I told you I was excited to be on this committee. I served on the Appropriations Committee when I was in the Pennsylvania House. because I loved being up close to the numbers and knowing that how we appropriate really reflects who we are. It reflects our values, and that's why I wanted to come here to this Appropriations Committee. Sadly, I don't think this reflects the very best of our values when it comes to our veterans. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for his opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rather than fulfill the duty of veterans and military families, the majority has taken this bill for their own partisan agenda. And 210,000 veterans in New York City, including patients at the Peters VA Medical Center in my district, will find it extremely hard to get their care if my Republican colleagues succeed in the privatization of many of these services. Female veterans seeking their reproductive rights will lose their right to make decisions about their own bodies, even as they put their lives on the line for fellow Americans. They will be denied that right. Veterans in my district and around New York will lose the right to abortion they currently have. Current services for members and their families will live and work in installations that are vulnerable to natural disasters, because simply many in this room cannot accept the fact that climate change is real, although it is devastating many places in our country. Wildfires in California, floodings, tornadoes, all kinds of disasters are devastating our country and making it hard for us to fund assistance to these communities. And yet there's a reluctance to accept that simple fact, scientific fact, that climate change is real. Providing for those who serve in uniform is one of our most sacred legislative commitments. Today, the majority politicized that commitment. Veterans like Sergeant Ryan Tejada, who was a green card holder in my district and lost his life in the Gulf War, was given citizenship posthumously. And many young men and women that are green card holders seek to go and serve in the armed forces. They want to serve our nation. They feel that they are Americans in every way, except perhaps that they're not U.S. citizens. And it takes death for them to be given citizenship posthumously. And yet, if those same members of the armed forces go to an emergency room and have to consult with their doctor, if they are not English proficient, no one will be there to assist them, to tell them how many times they need to take the medication that being prescribed to them. No one will be able to explain to them the recommendations that the doctors give them. So unjust that they choose to serve our nation and die on the battlefield if they have to, and yet they cannot even get proper translation services in a VA hospital if this bill goes through. Mr. Chair, I think that we must renew our commitment to the men and women in the armed forces and military families. And we ought to take a look at all the shortcomings of this bill and do a complete U-turn. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. Before the chair moves to the next speaker, let me just let everybody know we are voting now. We have enough time for everybody that wants to speak to have an opportunity to do that before we break. And then I would ask you, I think it's only 2 votes. So I would ask you, as soon as you cast your second vote, to come back. We'll have a few minutes, but then we will, as was announced earlier, recess at 6:15, resume at 7:15, so people wanting to go to the vigil can do that. So with that, Chair recognizes Ms. Escobar of Texas for her opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, Chairman Carter, and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz. This is my first full committee markup. I am so excited to be on the Appropriations Committee and really grateful for the opportunity. I joined this committee after 6 years on the House Armed Services Committee, and I'm excited to bring everything that we worked on HASC here, especially to this specific subcommittee. I have the privilege of representing El Paso, Texas, which is home to Fort Bliss, a premier military installation. I'm grateful for the inclusion of priorities that help Fort Bliss, grateful to the hardworking staff, and for the support of my requests. But I cannot support this bill because of the deep cuts that harm our veterans. Like many of my Democratic colleagues, I've been hosting town hall meetings and have had over 100 engagements in my community. And many of those engagements are with veterans, and they are so alarmed at what is happening under this administration. I've heard many, many times now the fear from my constituents and from veterans, the endangering of their financial well-being, endangering of their health and their careers of our veterans, military families, and other federal employees. Simply put, I believe the military families and veterans in my community and in this country deserve far better. One of the constituents I've heard from, a DoD civilian who is also a veteran, he works tirelessly to support our Army at Fort Bliss. He could not understand why he and other veterans in the federal workforce that support our military were being demonized by this administration, forced to do more work with fewer resources after the federal hiring freeze and firings went into effect. He could not understand why this administration did not at all account for the mental health and the financial impacts to veterans and federal employees who had either lost their jobs or were terrified of losing their jobs, each of whom simply wanted to provide for themselves, their families, and help their community. I also heard from women veterans in my community who have fiercely advocated for improved services and care for their fellow veterans and active duty sisters. They are deeply worried about the rescission of reproductive care policies, where in our home state of Texas, the VA and the DoD are one of the very few means by which to access care if these military women and veterans need it. They are also worried about the disruptions to suicide prevention services, such as the Veterans Crisis Line, and these are just a few of the concerns that I've heard throughout my district. And that was prior to passage of the House Republican reconciliation package, which mandates deep cuts to other federal programs like Medicare and nutrition programs, also that millionaires and billionaires can get big tax breaks. I hoped this bill would do more to protect our veterans, military families, and the federal workers who are so deeply committed to serving them. And we still can, and it's my hope that we can get there together. But these policies won't just hurt veterans in my district, they'll hurt veterans across the country. This bill leads us down the road of privatization of the VA, a key goal in Project 2025. I can tell you every veteran in my district opposes privatization of the VA. They know it will cost taxpayers more money while diminishing the care that they deserve. The staffing cuts will result in diminished and delays in care for our veterans. Not just the DOGE cuts, but the impending cut of 80,000 VA employees. Those employees deliver care to our veterans. Those employees are key to that care. We are hemorrhaging talent every single day. And we on the Appropriations Committee have to stand in the way of that hemorrhaging talent. I really am eager to participate in this markup so that we can make improvements together, because I believe the service members and veterans in my district and around the country who have sacrificed so much for us deserve the very best bill we can deliver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Mr. Verban of Indiana for his opening remarks on the bill. But before I do, I want to do it with the caveat and the hope that you're as nice to us in Indianapolis, or the Indiana Pacers are, as we were to you in Oklahoma City in the opening game of the NBA playoffs.
We'll
But
be nicer, sir, nicer.
I hope so. That would be fabulous.
Yes, sir.
All your projects would be approved.
You didn't even, I keep saying yes, sir, because that's the Pacer cheering line, yes, sirs. Chairman Cole, Ranking Member Delorio, Subcommittee Chairman Carter, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on fiscal year 26 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. Throughout my career as an elected official, I have worked directly with the Northwest Indiana veterans to help them access the world-class benefits and health care they have earned. Indiana's 1st Congressional District is home to nearly 40,000 veterans, and I am fighting every day to ensure the VA effectively honors the promise to our nation's veterans. This includes in ensuring that we provide the agency with the staffing and the funding needed to continue providing quality care. This proposal fails to live up to our responsibility to support our veterans. In particular, I have heard countless stories from veterans and families in Northwest Indiana who are deeply fearful of the impact that staffing cuts at the VA will have on their ability to access essential services. For example, Mary from Chesterton wrote me about her husband, a disabled veteran who has used the Veteran Crisis Hotline on multiple occasions to receive life-saving assistance. Another veteran from Northwest Indiana shared a heart-wrenching story of having survived a parachuting accident and sexual trauma while in the military. Both of them expressed their anxiety that VA staffing cuts will reduce veterans' access to critical medical and mental health services. I have also heard from veterans who have chosen to continue their mission of serving their country by joining the federal workforce post-service, who now face uncertainty about their employment. Veterans make up nearly 30% of the federal workforce, so staffing cuts not only impact veterans' care, but also their livelihoods. This includes Joseph from Cherville, Indiana, a combat veteran who has been a dedicated federal employee for over a decade and now worries about facing a reduction in force notice. I also would like to highlight that this bill fails to create guardrails to protect against the anticipated staffing cuts. Secretary Collins is expected to terminate almost 80,000 positions, and this is on top of the termination of 1,000 employees in February. I would note that this bill also slated to grow the VBA's compensation and pensions account by $44 billion in fiscal year 26 and another $14 billion in fiscal year 27. Despite the Secretary's planning to cut 2,000 jobs from the VBA. So you can understand my confusion as why we are growing the budget while slashing jobs, meaning veterans would be waiting longer to receive the benefits they deserve. The decrease in staffing is coming at a time when we should be expanding benefits and care the following enactments of the Honor the Pact Act. The average length of time to close a Pact Act claim by VA is 165 days. More than 2.3 million claims have been processed, including more than 6,000 claims in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. That's a good thing. That's with the current staffing levels already in place. We must do better in addition to decrease in staffing and workforce issues. During my previous service in the House Veteran Affairs Committee, including Technology Modernization Subcommittee, I was involved in oversight of the implementation of the Electronic Healthcare Records Modernization Program. And I am very concerned that this measure severely underfunds this important program and hinders the value that it can provide to our veterans. I look forward to the debate and the efforts to ensure that we are doing everything possible to support our selfless veterans and their valuable contributions to our nation and our communities. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. We now go to Ms. Perez of Washington for her opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for their hard work on this bill. I've spent a lot of time listening to veterans in my district, my brother who works at the VA, my friends who are nurses at the VA, about what this bill means. And there are several things here that we think are moving in the right direction, that my community thinks are moving in the right direction. But one of the things in particular I was glad to see was the movement on the medical companion programmatic language. Consider for a moment, if you're a veteran experiencing a medical condition that leads to your isolation, if you have hearing loss, if you need a transplant, all of these things that socially isolate you and make it less likely for you to have someone in your life who can drive you to an appointment that you need to get to, that your life depends on. Those are problems that rise in tandem. And so not having the family member, not having an adult in your life to make it to those appointments means that these appointments are being delayed and people are losing their lives, their quality of life deteriorates, their social network becomes more weak. And so the language in some of the programs that have been advanced in some VAs, I appreciate deeply. I've spent a lot of time, we all have, I think, talking about government inefficiency. And while I appreciate the funding increase here, one of the critical things, if you write out the VA system for taking in information, it is 8 feet tall and 20 feet long, and a lot of that is in 12-point font. And without addressing the backwaters and the back channels and the inefficiencies and the paperwork that is burying the good work people are trying to do, we are not getting a more efficient system. Part of that includes the software that we're relying on and the contracts that I was glad to see language I support in the bill for the VA to continue to do asset management inventory of the hardware and software that the agency currently has. This is an important starting point to ensure that we are getting our money's worth, that our veterans are getting the services they've earned. Still, I have other priorities to support veterans that are not included in this bill that I'd like to work with my colleagues on. One of the issues that I hear a lot is that right now the mileage reimbursement is only eligible for the veteran or their designated caregiver. Just because your neighbor has the time to drive you to a medical appointment doesn't mean they can front you the gas money a month while you're waiting for that reimbursement. That is a hard fact of the reality of Americans' budgets today. It needs to be easier for veterans to get mileage reimbursement for their friends and their neighbors who may have the time but not the gas money to move them, particularly after the closure of so many of our veterans facilities like in East Lewis County. That's a lot of driving, it's a lot of gas money, and I hope we can make progress on the mileage reimbursement. Another thing that we've heard a lot about, right now only about 30% of veterans are able to use their VA home loans, and they functionally cannot use their VA home loans as an owner builder. I would argue there's probably not a better suicide prevention model than building your own home, seeing your skills, the skills that you gained in the military perhaps, manifest in a home for you and your family for generations, a relationship to our homes, not as an asset that you invest in to grow your wealth, but of something that reflects who you are because you built it yourself. We have to do the hard work of figuring out how to ensure that veterans are able to use their home loans as an owner builder. Affirm the agency and dignity of our veterans and their agency in building something worth having and building wealth for their families and generationally. While there are provisions in this bill I support, I look forward to working with my colleagues to get a better bill because our veterans deserve it. I yield back.
Thank you. We now go to Mr. Ivey of Maryland for his opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member for her great work as well. Unfortunately, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. I want to echo some of the thoughts shared already by many of my Democratic colleagues. I have very deep concerns about this bill. If there is one issue that should be unequivocally bipartisan, it should be taking care of those who have selflessly served our nation, our veterans. But this bill fails to do that. I represent part of Prince George's County, Maryland, right here in the National Capital Region. Not only do I represent veterans, as all of us do, but many of my constituents are also federal workers, including civil servants who work at the VA. Joint Base Andrews is between my district and Congressman Hoyer's, and we certainly both work hard to make sure that what's needed there gets provided to it. Because that's essentially the airport for the White House and our nation. But many of my constituents have been subjected to cuts and firings that have been pushed by the president and DOJ. We've already heard about the cuts of roughly 80,000 positions with respect to the VA, cuts of roughly 6,000 veterans, It's a 15% reduction. And the problem with that, of course, is that many of these people had received excellent reviews for their performances, but they lost their jobs in any event. And I have constituents who I've spoken with frequently. They talked about how stunned they were to have lost their positions despite their dedicated public service and their many years of excellent performance. And I think it's really unfortunate and tragic that it would happen this way. But it also has a negative impact on the people that they're supposed to be serving. My late father-in-law moved in with me and my wife after he got into his 90s and wasn't able to take care of himself anymore. He had served in World War II as a decorated combat veteran, and he retired from military service, but then re-enlisted for ground combat in Korea. And while he was living with us, I had a chance to see the challenges that our senior veterans face, in part based on the injuries and wounds that they sustained during their service. And I also realized at the time that the challenges of being able to go to get those services was significant. Unfortunately, this bill makes it even harder. And as I understand it, the push towards privatization would make it even more difficult for people like my father-in-law to receive the care that they deserve and that they earned. So, Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting this legislation as written. I hope this committee can work in a bipartisan fashion and that we can eventually come together with colleagues in the Senate to produce a piece of legislation that will best serve our veterans and give them the types of service that they deserve and that they earned. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Votes have been called. The committee will now recess. Please return promptly at the conclusion of the last vote in the series so we can continue consideration of our bills. Thank you. Convene. This is like wasted on those of you that are here, but in case anybody forgot, we cannot come back into session unless a majority of the committee is here. So when you stop time to eat before you come back, all you're doing is wasting everybody else's time. And believe me, I can stay here as late as anybody wants to stay, all up to you. And I said it in a bipartisan sense, so we enjoy a later evening, but we just burned about 15 or 20 minutes that you're going to get on the back end. So you might explain that to your colleagues that still haven't taken the time to show up. With that, are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none. No members wishing to make opening comments, I'd like to recognize Chairman Carter to offer a manager's amendment.
Caught me while I was eating a sandwich. I rise to offer a manager's amendment. It includes bipartisan report language, includes other changes that both sides have agreed to, and I urge its adoption.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment contains various bipartisan and non-controversial amendments, and we have no objections to it.
Do any other members seek recognition? Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Carter for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. I close.
Brilliantly, yay! Most persuasive thing I've heard this evening. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. I now recognize Chairman Carter to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I rise to offer a Republican en bloc amendment. It includes technical changes to the title of an office, report language on anesthesiology services at the VA, and strikes current language on IT and China and replaces it with updated language. I urge its adoption.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Schultz recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This is an unnecessary amendment, and it simply intends to create divisions where there should be none. I don't understand the focus on removing any mention of the word diversity from anywhere within the federal government. It is a shame that even the word diversity is a partisan issue. Inserting culture war debates only serves to take us further from bipartisan compromise and closer to a repeat of the FY25 Republican full-year CR. Do we really not care about diversity? Do we think there should be only one type of thought? Do we think there should be only one type of person making decisions or having federal resources benefit them? Unfortunately, there is one side of this committee that does seem to think that, and it is revolting. In fact, there's already language in this bill, for example, dealing with the purchase of equipment from Chinese public industries. We should be avoiding a repeat of the FY25 Republican full-year CR. This amendment does nothing to improve services for our veterans. It does nothing to ensure our VA facilities are adequately resourced to deliver the best care for our veterans or address military family housing suffering from systemic issues and inadequate oversight. There are so many issues that we do agree on within the MilCon VA subcommittee, which we should be focused on instead to bring this bill closer to an agreement instead of what this amendment does, which brings us further apart. I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to join me, and let's get back to making sure that we focus on the mission of this subcommittee. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Moore of West Virginia is recognized to speak on the amendment. It's a Republican en bloc amendment. I don't know what the number is. There's no number, it's an on. There's a lot of paper, it may be on, down there somewhere.
I believe it's Carter number 2, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady have a copy? It's all right. I don't think they'll complain. Gentlelady's got a copy. We'll proceed with the debate. Gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to briefly touch on the procurement restrictions on Chinese IT equipment. Section 416 of this legislation, I think, is a good start to ensure the taxpayer dollars this committee appropriates doesn't go to buying Chinese tech. And I'm grateful for the chairman's leadership on this critical issue. The friendly amendment that I've offered in this en bloc amendment would tighten that language by tying procurement restrictions to specific lists from the Department of Defense, Treasury, Commerce, and Homeland Security, as well as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. This gives clear standards that VA procurement officers can rely on. The language mirrors language included in the Senate FY25 MilCon VA bill at the request of then Senator Marco Rubio. The CCP poses an existential threat. My amendment ensures we are not using taxpayer dollars to bolster the tech industrial base and protects veterans from potential cybersecurity threats from Chinese equipment. I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc amendment, and I thank the chairman for the time. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? Oh, thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I support the en bloc amendment as a whole, but I did want to take this opportunity to emphasize and reiterate my concern about one provision included here as it relates to the anesthesia care for the VA. I want to remind the committee that the certified registered nurse anesthetists, or CRNAs, are fully trained and qualified to provide this kind of care for veterans, and they already do provide it for active duty military service members. In fact, 49 states do not require physician anesthesiologist supervision of CRNAs, recognizing that they are fully capable of providing safe anesthesia care to patients. The shortage of anesthesia providers at Veterans Health Administration drives up costs and delays access to care for patients. The VA should be allowing CRNAs to practice to the full extent of their training to ensure that we are delivering better and faster care to our nation's veterans. I oppose this report language included in the en bloc amendment to the extent that it would maybe interpreted imply that CRNAs should be prevented from providing this care to veterans, or that allowing them full practice authority would somehow lead to lower quality care. We should reject that suggestion and continue to support.
Would the gentleman yield when you're
1 second, I'm almost
finishing your
done.
sentence?
and support our nursing workforce, utilizing all of their training so they continue to provide high quality care across the country, including for veterans who bravely risk their lives for our country. I yield at this point.
Thank you. I just wanted to really express similar concerns about this provision in the amendment. I mean, there is a real challenge with ensuring consistent and high-quality care among veterans. And I mean, we certainly want to have high-quality care when it comes to anesthesia, but we have to make sure that that care is consistent, that the qualifications and standards apply no matter where you are in the state. And it concerns me that this is another step towards the potential privatization at the VA, because if you are going to state-by-state standards for anesthesiology, then we are moving in the direction of the privatization of care rather than standardization that ensures that every veteran, no matter where they are, has the same quality service from their anesthesiologist. Thank you. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Well, I respectfully disagree, Ranking Member. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else any other members care to speak on debate? Gentlelady from Illinois? Gentlelady from Illinois, okay. Do any other members wish to speak on the en bloc amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Carter for 1 minute to close.
I agree. I agree with my colleague. We want to make sure our veterans have the best possible care. And I think mainly what we're trying to do here is just make sure that's what we're doing. So I urge its adoption.
Gentleman's recognized.
How does this relate to the Harris Amendment? I'm a little confused. I know Dr. Harris has an amendment coming up, number 3. Is that related to this one? You don't have an amendment?
Just report, we have report language on your amendment. That's all we have.
Report language, not an amendment.
Okay, can I ask the gentleman, how does the language converge with or differ from the language that is in the report language?
Gentleman from Maryland's recognized. Respond if he cares.
Actually, I was asking Mr. Joyce, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I just said Mr. Harris. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized to respond to the question.
Thank you, Chairman. The language would appear to be detrimental, as a co-chair of the Nursing Caucus, it appears to be detrimental to the progress that CRNAs have made of being allowed to use the full potential of their education and training, and to deferring to just being doctors only who can do that. In some states allow it, and some states do not. But in states where it's allowed, we are emphasizing that we think that it should be permitted to be allowed to act to the full scope of their services.
So to clarify that with the gentleman, I guess I'm yielding. If the gentleman will also tell me, perhaps Dr. Harris can as well, does your language change the impact of the report language?
It doesn't necessarily change. I think it just tries to describe, there shouldn't be the nursing folks for the CRNAs should not be deemed not qualified to perform those services, when in fact in many states they are qualified to perform those services. I was just trying to read into the language. You can understand that there are CRNAs doing this type of work in different states throughout the country to the full scope of their education and authority. And I understand anesthesiologists, and as a former anesthesiologist, I understand Dr. Harris may want to talk about this, but I wanted to just bring up and highlight the fact that these nurses are allowed to do this in many states, and this language should not be interpreted to say they are not qualified to do that.
I got you. I'll yield to Dr. Harris.
If the gentleman will yield just for 30 seconds.
I certainly will yield, but I'm going to take this opportunity to say, had everybody been here at 5:45, instead of making a lot of your colleagues wait, we would not be rushed. We have a 6:15 agreed upon recess, and we will finish this amendment before the recess. Then we will recess immediately. Got to recognize the
Just
gentleman from
15
Maryland.
seconds. Look, the language in the manager's amendment just keeps things the way they are at the VA. It works. The vacancy rate is less than 3% for both nurses and anesthesiologists. There's no problem. It doesn't need to be fixed. It just keeps it the way it is. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional questions or members wishing to speak?
I just would like a point of clarification. So to be as simple as possible about it, this gets in the middle of the nurse anesthetist privileges and practice standards and the anesthesiologist fight that is continuing at the VA. How does this affect that? Dr. Harris just said it leaves things status quo, which my understanding means that anesthesiologists at the VA are supervisory and nurse anesthetists do not have the ability to practice independently without their supervision at the VA. Is that correct?
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized to answer the question.
Or Dr. Harris, whoever knows the answer.
Or Dr. Harris?
I just
I
want to
was
know what we're
just
voting.
trying to clarify the fact that their nurses, this language should not be deemed in any way impugning the integrity of those nurses who, and CRNAs, who are able to perform these services throughout the state. And the fact that the VA does not want to employ them or is highlighting that they want to keep the status quo, so be it. They're opening up practices and doing these things throughout the country in the states in which they're allowed.
Our nurse, would the gentleman yield, or whoever has the mine, I might have the time. Are nurse anesthetists able to practice at the VA with this language in the end block if it passes?
It keeps the situation exactly where it is. In some locations where there are no anesthesiologists, nurses do practice independently in the VA system. But where there are, they practice under the direction or supervision. So it just maintains the way it is in the VA system.
Okay, and my understanding is the nurse anesthetists don't like that, so just so we understand that this is a, practice fight. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. There any additional questions? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. All those in favor of recorded, would you raise your hands, please? More than sufficient. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, nay. Mr. Alford. Aye. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Aye. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. No. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. No. Mr. Cuellar, no. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, no. Miss DeLauro. No. Miss DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer.
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Miss Captor.
No.
Miss Captor, no. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, no. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, aye. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervin. Mr. Mervin, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Miss Perez. Miss Perez, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. No. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Off aye on no, Ms.
Gentleman from
Cullen.
Hawaii is recognized.
Mr. Case, no.
Does any other member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk, if not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 28. The amendment is adopted. We will move immediately into recess. We will reconvene at 7:15 or as quickly as a quorum assembles. I would ask you that you get back here at 7:15 if you possibly can. Thank you very much. We're in recess. The committee will reconvene, and the gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's DeLauro Amendment Number 1.
That's the amendment at desk. Clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the members recognized for remarks on the amendment.
This amendment would create a new program that will compensate veterans for the harmful impacts of this administration's trade war. The World Bank's latest global report forecasts that the United States will face the biggest downgrade in economic output, slowing to 1.4% from 2.8% last year, nearly a full point below their January estimate. The amendment provides $100 million to reimburse veteran farmers, veteran small business owners, veteran construction workers, and many others who have lost wages and profits because of this administration's reckless, chaotic, and confusing tariff policies. As these tariffs are implemented, Americans will face higher costs and job losses as manufacturers and retailers that rely on imported materials are forced to decide between cutting labor costs or lowering production. President Trump's chaotic tariffs are hurting veteran farmers. In a recent study from USDA, the U.S. had over 300,000 producers who served or were serving in the military. These tariffs also hurt small business owners. There are approximately 2.5 million veteran-owned businesses in America, which represents nearly 1 in 10 U.S. businesses. Tariffs lead to higher materials and construction costs, increasing the cost of military construction projects, which support our service members. The Trump administration enacted across-the-board 10% tariffs on imports and 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports this year. According to the Tax Foundation, Trump's tariffs are the largest tax hike since 1993. This amendment seeks to provide relief to our veterans, those who volunteer to protect not only our freedoms, but our economy and our way of life. By allowing veterans to seek reimbursement for the losses they incurred due to this administration's reckless policies, we can ensure that those who defended us in war continue to also remain the backbone of our economy. I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Chairman Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This is not a genuine attempt to assist veterans. This is a stunt to talk about tariffs and somehow try to tie their impacts on veterans. This program was designed out of thin air. The amendment also creates new spending with no offset, further evidence of its lack of seriousness. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. This amendment would, I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. No disrespect to the gentlelady.
Took me back for a second
Yeah,
there.
sorry about that. And it's only 7:25. Okay. So I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment that would create a new program to protect veterans from the harmful impact of this administration's tariffs. It's not a stunt. These tariffs have a very real and harmful impact. This administration's tariff policy, if you can call it a policy, has already had a destructive impact on our economy. While President Trump may want to falsely claim who will pay these tariffs, any economist or business leader will say that it's the American people who will pay. And let's call tariffs what they truly are, taxes on the American people. The chaotic and ad hoc tariff decision-making this administration is implementing only leads to uncertainty and fear. When there's uncertainty in the economy and we don't know what the tariff policy will be next week, next hour, tomorrow, let alone next month, businesses raise prices and are unable to plan. These tariffs will make goods more expensive, and businesses in my district that rely on imports will feel the pain. I represent a district that is essentially on the gateway to Latin America, so we will disproportionately feel that pain. With many veterans on fixed incomes, this rise in costs will force veterans to spend more of their income and benefits while receiving less. That is unacceptable. We need to do everything we can to minimize the impact of these tariffs on our constituents, particularly our veterans, which is why I support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in strong support of this amendment proposed by Ranking Member DeLauro. It provides critical relief to veteran farmers and small business owners, both of which comprise a great deal of my home district in Georgia. Whether in southwest Georgia or elsewhere, these tariffs hurt rural, hardworking Americans. The tariffs imposed by this administration have increased the cost of doing business for producers by raising prices on goods such as fertilizer and machinery, resources that are vital to our farmers. These rising costs have created an unsustainable environment, especially for small-scale farmers who lack the financial buffer and institutional support available to larger agricultural organizations. Compounding this burden is the constant uncertainty over trade policy, tariff percentages, counter tariffs, which make it nearly impossible to project for the future. I've heard directly from veteran farmers in my district who are struggling to keep their operations running, and I have a feeling I'm not the only one in this room on the receiving end of these kinds of messages. Our veteran farmers and small business owners don't want handouts. They are hardworking Americans trying to provide for their families and contribute meaningfully to our economy. They've served their country once in uniform, and now they're serving again by feeding our communities. We owe them our support. This amendment is necessary to help offset the harmful effects that the tariffs have caused and ensure that our veteran farmers and small business owners receive the resources they need to make sure they make it to the other side of this economic tsunami. I fully support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support and to stand with our veteran farmers and small business owners who are the cornerstone of our rural economies. With that, I yield back and urge the adoption of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I wholeheartedly support this amendment and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. The ranking member's amendment would provide $51.7 billion in advance mandatory funding to the Toxic Exposure Fund, which was established as the historic PACT Act to provide critical health benefits expansions for our veterans who suffered toxic exposures during their time in military service. In short,
It's the tariff amendment.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay.
But it's the
In short, for veterans at home watching, this amendment keeps our promise to you. It is unacceptable that these advance funds were not already made available in the base bill, especially considering it was included in the president's request.
Can I interrupt the gentlelady for
Oh,
1 second?
I am sorry.
My
It's
okay. I'm with you on that, though.
It's only 7:15.
That's right. I'm with you. I'm with you on what
Thank
you're
you,
saying
thank you,
on
thank you.
advance funding. So,
Sorry, my apologies. I
thank
yield
you.
back.
Thank you. We've recorded it.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Okay, I want to say thank you to my colleagues who have risen in support. I want to just say that, in fact, this is not a stunt. You have farmers and small businesses who are veterans and who are going to suffer because of the rise in tariffs. And that the fact that there is no offset, with all due respect, Judge Carter, we do not have a top line. And so we do not have any idea what we are marking to or not marking to. So it certainly doesn't require an offset if we don't have any idea of what the top line budget is. As you've heard, this administration's trade wars have led to higher costs for everyone, including our veterans. The amendment makes sure that we continue to protect our veteran farmers, small business owners, all those who are impacted by high tariff policies. I urge your support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other? Well, that was to close, so evidently not. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise their hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands. A recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentlelady from Louisiana.
Ms.
Gentleman-
Letlow, no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentlelady, excuse me, from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Again, are there any others wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Mr. Cloud is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that should be circulated. It is to insert $3.5 million in their child development.
Hang on, there's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment. But you could have, of course, asked that that reading be suspended.
I move that the reading be suspended.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. Although the amendment's only 2 sentences, so. House Report 118-528 for the 2025 Milcon VA Appropriations Bill recognized the infrastructure needs at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi in its military construction, Navy, and Marine Corps section. And it says, the committee urges the Navy to address the needs of the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, particularly as it relates to construction and other improvements for the unaccompanied and family housing, child and youth development centers, quality of life projects, and quality of life projects. Furthermore, this desire was repeated in the latest House report regarding the FY26 bill. And I do want to thank the chair of the committee and the subcommittee for the work in getting that done. Went on to say the committee recognizes the unique importance of the naval aviation training enterprise and is alarmed at the number of poor facilities that the Navy identified in its November 9th, 2023 report to Congress. We've been working for about 1.5 years to try to get funding to this Child Development Center at the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi. As you know, it's a place where Navy pilots start out and their income isn't very high, and there's not a facility nearby for them to be able to house their kids. I recently had a meeting with Vice Admiral Gray, commander of the Naval Installations, about the need to improve the Child Development Center at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. He recommended the $1 million in funding for planning and design for the CDC. Now we've been told by the committee that the funding needed to be increased $2.5 million to $3.5 million because of a particular rule in place. So this childhood development is very small, it's very outdated, it's in dire need of modernization, and then of course there's a wait list. Furthermore, there's no federally regulated or operated child care facility within a 50-mile radius of the Naval Air Station, so vouchers are not a viable option. And as you know, I know we all want to ensure that family of our service members are well taken care of, whether that's $1 million to design this or the $3.5 million that we were told we needed to. It's a small amount in regards of what we need to do for our service members. We've tried to get this through, and I've submitted it in times past, and I've completely told that because of rules that we've put in place that we are not able to do this. And as I mentioned last year, that if this was any other facility for anyone else other than our servicemen and not on a base, this would be a very easy thing to do, and certainly would have passed. But we have tied our own hands, and we've complained about our hands being tied and not able to deal with this situation. So I've submitted his amendment and would urge passage of it to make sure that our servicemen and women are able to make sure that their kids are taken care of. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman Carter is recognized for response to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I reluctantly rise in opposition to the amendment. We have an established CPT process with long-standing guidance. This amendment does not follow that process. I will continue to work with the member. We have worked with him a lot and tried to explain this. I will work in trying to get him on the respective lists myself. But as submitted, I cannot support the amendment. I reluctantly urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with the chairman's remarks and sympathize because each of us has a legitimate tale of woe about various projects that we would like to have had leap to the top of the lists, and the process can be frustrating in the MilCon side of our bill. Trying to insert this as an amendment is an inappropriate and not an unworkable approach to achieving this, as worthy as the project might be. And so I sympathetically oppose it. Yep.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Since last year in this committee, when we try to work on this issue, and again, I appreciate both the chairman and chairman of the subcommittee, and I'll just say to Judge Carter, you and your office have been tremendously helpful to ours over the years for an infinite number of projects. So, but this is an issue where, following last year's committee, we worked to get it on the FYDP. The Navy was supportive of it, and then the Navy had worked with committee to find another way to do it and to get it done. And then that was the plan up till 3 or 4 days ago, when our office got word from the committee that that was not going to happen and not be allowed. And so we've been trying to find a solution since then to try to solve this. And so this is the only solution left at the moment, is to offer this amendment. So it's not for lack of effort. It's not for lack of working the process on our part. We've done everything we can. The Navy has been supportive of it. And like I said, I met with the Admiral over facilities just 2 weeks ago. They were tremendously supportive of it. And I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes himself just to make a quick comment to my friend from Texas. I want to associate myself with your concerns and certainly with the chairman, and we'll be working to try and be helpful in resolving this issue in a satisfactory way. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Says 1, 2, and 3. Do you have another one?
Thank you. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized. The amendment's at the
Amendment at the desk, DeLauro number 2.
Okay, the amendment's at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
This amendment would transfer $3 million from VA's General Administration account to the Veterans Benefits Administration to administer the Veterans Affairs Service Purchasing Program that this administration has recklessly canceled. The Veterans Affairs Servicing Purchase Program was started to meet a need during and after COVID. Veterans were facing foreclosure at alarming rates, leaving many veterans homeless and without shelter. The Biden administration recognized this, and in May of 2024, created the VAST program to help our heroes keep their homes. In its first year, this program helped over 17,000 veterans avoid foreclosure and remain in their homes. Yet, as one of his first actions, VA Secretary Collins canceled this program with less than 2 weeks' notice, without consulting veterans, veteran service organizations, or mortgage companies. This amendment would restore this program, provide a dedicated funding stream to hire a dedicated staff, and make sure that veterans fighting to keep their homes have a resource they can access. Making sure that our veterans keep their homes should not be controversial. This is the bare minimum we can do for those who have served this country. We are in a cost of living crisis, and under President Trump's watch, housing costs continue to rise, costs for basic necessities continue to rise, and food costs are going up. Supporting this amendment is one way to ensure that our veterans are able to keep their heads above water. I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Chairman Carter is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This is another program that had good intentions, but the prior administration let it run wild and it became unsustainable. As designed, the program also was intended, has the unintended consequence of having a borrower deliberately miss a payment to qualify for this program and a lower rate. I fully support improving the loss mitigation programs for our veterans. However, this one is misguided, and I know legislation is moving that would responsibly provide loss mitigation options for those struggling on their mortgage. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this critical amendment that ensures that we do not make veteran homelessness even worse than it already is. According to the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans, 13% of homeless adults are veterans, yet veterans make up only 6% of the American public. As inflation grows and this administration's economic policies drive prices higher, we need to ensure that veterans can continue to afford to keep their homes and remain housed. Not sure what the chairman means by this program has gone wild. I mean, I guess wildly successful in keeping veterans in their homes is one way we could interpret it. That's certainly how I would interpret it. The Biden administration started the Veterans Affairs Servicing Purchase Program for a reason, because there was a need. And what is this administration, what has the current administration done for this successful program? Cancel it purely for political retribution. There is no plan or backstop in place to help veterans who are facing foreclosure with this administration until the Trump administration can figure out how it wants to address this problem and protect veterans' ability to keep their homes. We should be keeping the VASP program in place. Thank you to Ranking Member DeLauro for offering this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Would you yield to me for just a moment for me to clarify?
I will unyield.
This
back
program
and
was
yield.
designed for 100 people, and right now the estimated cost of the program is $17.5 billion. So that's quite a bit different than what.
Reclaiming my time, I
That's what I said.
don't know where the chairman is
untenable.
getting those numbers from. That is preposterous, that this program was designed to help 100 people and cost $17 billion. That's simply
It
not.
doesn't. The 17 people don't cost $100 billion. It's what it has resulted in being.
Well, I'm sorry.
The way it's being operated. And the operation is what the problem is. If you just default on your mortgage for 1 month, you qualify.
Okay. I don't know where you're getting, I'm not sure where the chairman's getting his facts from, but that's quite far from my understanding of how helpful this program has been, and proportionately so when it comes to the number of veterans that are participants and how many people have been able to remain in their homes. I'd love to see the information and the data that the chairman is describing from a credible source. And again, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Now I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say, I rise in strong support of the amendment that's proposed by Ranking Member DeLauro. This affords our veteran population the ability to hold on to their dignity and their basic needs, housing. The economy is proving to be volatile and uncertain on top of the tariffs, which has increased the cost of basic needs: food, housing, transportation, school supplies, medical supplies. This amendment provides an avenue for a small population of our veterans who've experienced hardship, the ability to keep their house and relieve the stress of providing for themselves and their families. We already know the concerns surrounding veteran homelessness. That's why there are provisions in the bill to address those concerns. Not supporting this amendment will likely add to that already large population of homeless veterans. Supporting this amendment is a proactive, actionable step to address veteran homelessness. The administration's and Secretary Collins' abrupt cancellation of this program was short-sighted and concerning, penny-wise, pound-foolish. The VA Servicing Purchasing Program is crucial for veterans who are facing financial hardship, and it helps them to avoid foreclosure. I urge the adoption of this amendment It's a good amendment. It's good for our veterans, and it's good for the fight against homelessness. I yield back, Mr.
Thank you. Or do other members wish to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute to close. Mike.
There we go. Let me just say this. From a public report, since its launch on May 31st, 2024, VASP has saved over 17,000 veterans and their families from losing their homes, which is something I so stated in my remarks. This amendment and the prior amendment I offered are about cost of living. Cost of living. People are living paycheck to paycheck these days. Veterans are living paycheck to paycheck. And you're looking at the highest number of suicide rates amongst veterans. And now you're going to deal with them being homeless and without being able to deal with shelter. So the 17,000 is the number of veterans that have been able to avoid foreclosure and remain in their homes. My colleagues on the other side, I love to take pictures with veterans. As our former colleague and chair of this committee, David Obey, would say, you're posing for holy pictures. It's really, let's move on action rather than just taking a photograph. This amendment helps veterans who are struggling with rising costs keep their homes. Our veterans earn their home loan guarantee benefit. They deserve a viable pathway to manage their payments, keep their homes. Secretary Collins failed to consult with veterans, veteran service organizations, and other experts. We have not. Former VA leaders, veteran service organizations, housing organizations have shared with the Congress their concern about ending the VASP program too soon. All have testified that the program is the only program of its kind that currently exists as a, quote, last resort for veterans facing foreclosure. If this committee does not take action, these veterans will be left out in the cold. I urge your support for the amendment, and I yield back. Oh, I'm happy to yield, Judge.
Thank you very much. Reading from the same, assuming the same report. Starting with what you said, in fact, it starts up in the paragraph above the report. It says that WASP was launched in 24, designed to allow the VA to purchase delinquent loans and restructure them to a more manageable terms with a fixed 2.5 interest rate. The program offered relief to thousands of veterans during the time of the economic uncertainty. In fact, since its launch in May 31st of 2024, VASP has served over 17,000 veterans and their families from losing their homes. That's what you just said. But the VA now argues that the program, especially at the scale it has reached, exceeds its legal authority, initially intended as a means of last resort and designed for fewer than 100 cases. The Biden administration supercharged WASP to date. The program has purchased over 17,000 loans at a cost of $5.4 billion. Future projections forecast issuance up to 60,000 veterans with a cost of $17 billion as a projected cost.
Okay.
Thank you for yielding.
I would appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman Cole, to respond to this. I think that those.
Gentlelady is certainly recognized
Okay.
to do that. After that, we'll talk a little bit how we're going to proceed, but there's certainly.
Fine,
no
I apologize, I'm happy
No
to yield
problem.
to the gentleman. But those are, quite frankly, the administration's talking points and the administration's VA and Secretary Collins for canceling the program. For us, I believe we ought to listen to the VA leaders, the veteran services organizations, all of the housing organizations that have shared their views and their concern about the ending of this program and what it means. It is the only program of its kind that serves as a last resort for veterans who are facing foreclosure, which is one of the reasons why I would transfer $3 million from the VA's general account to the VA Benefit Administration to be able to administer this program. And it was a reckless cancellation of this program. And I'm happy to look at the data that you've spoken about, Judge Carter, but it is the Trump VA rationale for eliminating this program and not coming from veterans or veteran services organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment.
Thank you very much. Just going forward, we're all a little bit rusty, so, and that was a valuable exchange and useful information. I would just ask that when you're participating in debate, you do it, and once I recognize a member to close going forward, we're going to close at that point, just so this doesn't get out of hand. But again, I certainly have no problem. It was a good exchange and was helpful to the committee. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. A few more hands.
Okay, everybody's hands
Thank you.
go up, guys.
Yep. A lot easier that way. Then they don't have to count. They're just all up there.
They're all up.
So, again, recorded votes been requested, and, sufficient number of hands having raised, the recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? No. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lolota? Mr. Lolota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Mr. Cloud is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise again with a concern about Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. We had asked
Sir,
for
an
9.
amendment at the desk?
Yes, sorry, we have an amendment at the desk.
Okay.
Gonna have to get back in habit here. My apologies. I have an
All
amendment
right.
at the desk.
Clerk has instructed to read the amendment, but of course you could always object.
You can waive.
Dispense with that.
Dispense with the reading if
Okay.
there's no objection.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you again, Chairman. Once again, a concern with the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. We had asked for $9 million in unspecified funding for quality of service projects that the Naval Air Station could direct funds to. Specifically, this would be after Hurricane Harvey, the marina was destroyed there that the pilots took advantage of. The Childhood Development Center, of course, needs to be designed that I had mentioned previously. Also notably, there's a Wings Auditorium that had opened in 1941. That year might be a mark in people's memories. It closed in 2017. This is where a number of pilots who serve our Navy, who've gone through the program, had used to get their wings, including people like George H.W. Bush, the youngest naval pilot ever, or Barbara Ann Allen, who became the first female Naviator. Since then, it's sat hollowed out, unable to be used, along with barracks that are abandoned because this Naval Air Station has been overlooked. I have asked for $9 million so that the base commanders could work on beginning the repair on these projects. Again, Appropriations Committee said this is committee staff said it was ineligible because it didn't meet the percentage shelf requirement rule set by the DoD, not by our committee, but by a DoD. However, this shelf requirement only refers to projects being completed under the DD 1391 form per our conversations with DoD. This form is not used for unspecified funding projects, therefore the $9 million should be able to proceed. And I would also bring up the fact that we are the Article 1 branch and DoD is we're supposed to have authority over them, their rules. While they should inform us, we certainly want the Pentagon's input on what we do. This is a citizen-led military, and we should have the ability as our voice to the ground, connecting with the people on the ground, the service members who are serving, to be able to bring priorities and not be hamstrung by rules that DoD puts up as hurdles for us. And again, I met with the Vice Admiral over facilities on this, and he was fully supportive of this, and we were working together to get this done. And that was less than 2 weeks ago when that conversation happened. This is very important that this gets done so that we can continue to train our pilots and they be served well by us. And so I offer this amendment and ask for its consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Carter is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I reluctantly rise in opposition to this amendment. We have an established CPF process. With long-standing guidance, this amendment does not follow the process. I will continue to work with the member, but as submitted, I cannot support the amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate with myself with the chairman's remarks and sympathetically oppose the amendment.
Thank you very much. Any other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from...
Can I close?
I'm sorry?
Can I close?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Gentleman's recognized to close.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I did submit this as a CPF. I was told that the rules prohibit me from doing so. These are DoD rules. DoD rules, again, should not hamstrung our committee from taking action. And so it was within our committee rules as best as we could understand and find them. So this should have been accepted by the committee staff. It was not, which is unfortunate because the people who suffer are, of course, our Navy pilots who are just starting out. And I would just point out that for the price of the fraction of the price of one F-35, we can actually take care of the pilots who fly them, or any other, weapon system that requires a pilot. But thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from, or gentlelady from Florida, ranking member of the full committee, is recognized for an amendment. Did somebody ask for a recorded vote?
No.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry, recorded vote has been requested. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. Not a sufficient number of hands to go to recorded vote. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Sorry, we were conferring.
Said I had an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, so this amendment provides certainty and backs up the commitment that we made to veterans in the PACT Act by ensuring that we take care of our toxic exposed heroes who have served so honorably. This amendment commits $51.7 billion in advanced funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund, or TEF, equal to the President's budget request. Last year in this bill, we made a similar commitment by including advanced funding. I supported it. Yet the majority apparently has had, inexplicably, a change of heart. The Toxic Exposures Fund was designed by the PACT Act, designed to provide dedicated and consistent and absolutely insured funding to support the healthcare and benefits for veterans subjected to toxic substances or environmental hazards during their military service. It addresses serious health issues from exposure to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. The fund supports expanded medical care and benefits and addresses the growing number of veterans experiencing health problems because of these toxic exposures. Congress made the decision to ensure the TEF would be protected, not rated for other domestic funding priorities. And this amendment ensures just that. This committee provides advanced funding for VA medical care. This is not new or unusual or controversial. Administrations, both Republican and Democratic, request advanced funding for VA medical care. This committee must not abandon long-standing practice of advancing medical care at the expense of toxic exposed veterans. Since the PACT Act was signed into law, there has been a significant increase in veteran enrollment in VA healthcare. As of May, there have been nearly 460,000 new enrollees and 2.4 million PACT Act claims completed. The PACT Act has been a success, largely due to VA's aggressive outreach effort. These numbers make it clear that we need to ensure consistent, stable, and robust funding, and this amendment does that. Without this dedicated funding, veterans who qualify for care under the PACT Act could face a situation where they will need to pay for medical care costs out of pocket. That reneges on the promise that we made when we passed the bipartisan PACT Act. That is why I urge you to support this amendment and not subject veterans who are exposed to toxic substances to the whims of the political process that we deal with here and leave them twisting in the wind when we have a CR or when we have uncertainty at the end of the budget cycle and we can't ensure that we have continuity of funding in that TEF. That's what we promised them we would do, have that continuity when we pass the PACT Act. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
And I thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. And I've heard a good bit of debate on the TEF over several months, and I'd like to introduce a second-degree amendment to Ms. Wasserman Schultz's amendment.
No, you're speaking to the amendment now.
I'm speaking to the amendment now, okay. By offering a second-degree amendment? Not yet. Well, first off, let me say that I sympathize with her. I understand what she's trying to do. I oppose this idea of this having money sit in the pot until it gets spent. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues not to support the amendment. I have a second-degree amendment at the desk. No? Okay, that's right. Then we have a debate on the amendment. Okay. I close.
There are other amendments or other members wishing to speak on the amendment. Ms. Delora is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This provides $51.7 billion in forward funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund, or the TEF, under the PACT Act. As a daughter of a veteran, I have the deepest respect for the members of our armed services who have protected our country. We have a moral responsibility to take care of those who have made great sacrifices to protect our nation, both in active service and in retirement. Unfortunately, we have failed that responsibility too many times in our history. Many veterans were exposed to toxic chemicals or substances during their service, including burn pits, pesticides, lead, asbestos, certain paints, x-rays, nuclear materials, and more. And these exposures led to long-lasting health effects that were difficult to detect and to treat. The PACT Act was a major bipartisan success for our veterans that I was proud to support. More than 4.1 million veterans have already received free screenings for toxic exposures, a critical step to catch and treat health conditions as early as possible. Last year, the PACT Act was even expanded so that all veterans who were exposed to toxins and other hazards while serving in the military, whether at home or abroad, are now eligible to enroll directly in VA health care. This includes veterans who never deployed but suffered exposure while training or on active duty on our own home soil. This expansion made millions more veterans eligible for care up to 8 years earlier than originally written. Time is crucial to the treatment of many of these exposure-related conditions, which can take years to develop and even longer to properly treat. Forward funding this legislation ensures that these veterans do not have to worry about whether their health care access will be jeopardized by the extreme budget cuts or political shenanigans. The VA cannot provide adequate health care if it is understaffed and underfunded. Too many veterans already struggle with excessively timely care. It would be a clear benefit to their health and peace of mind if the Congress were to guarantee that this funding will be available for next year and beyond. The majority not including advanced funding for the PACT Act, that speaks volumes. Speaks volumes about a lack of commitment to those who have suffered toxic exposures, though they may have voted for this piece of legislation. The fact that they are not providing this funding speaks volumes. Our troops should not be a political football. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not willing to guarantee that there will be funding for this program. Democrats are prepared to give it to them. I hope my Republican colleagues will join us. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
29th this year was the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. I'm speaking on behalf of this amendment to make sure that our VA facilities, if we have a government shutdown and some of the other advanced funding is there. I could speak of my great uncle who came home from World War I shell-shocked. My father came back with malaria, wore hearing aids as big as my hand, transistor radios from his need for help after he lost his hearing, being around a lot of exploding ordnance. But I just want to take a minute to reflect on what the PACT Act meant for VFW and Legion members who worked really hard to get our Vietnam veterans taken care of. If you've ever sat at a kitchen table and watched a Vietnam veteran struggle with filling out Agent Orange paperwork when the person who he worked alongside with a radio had a child who had severe abnormalities when they were born. And that person was declared to have been exposed to Agent Orange. But the person who worked alongside of him every day wasn't, had to prove everything. It made our Vietnam veterans who came home and felt disrespected and unwelcome even felt like they were less and less appreciated to even have their health care taken care of. So, and then the Blue Navy veterans were hung up forever over in the Senate, not here in the House, in the Senate. This advanced appropriation, especially to the Vietnam veterans, means a great deal. It means to them it's part of a welcome home. So to all of our veterans who are entitled to have these resources available to them because of the toxicity that they were exposed to, I just want to, as we're voting, make sure that, and many of you have worn the uniform here, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Just think of our Vietnam veterans in mind, and let's make sure that they know we're welcoming home, because this would be another big takeaway for them.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent a congressional district that has 3 major military installations, thousands and thousands of veterans who served in all of our wars. It is crucial that we support this amendment. Our veterans didn't ask to be exposed to these toxic environments. We, Congress, made a promise to the veterans when we passed the PACT Act that we valued their service, and in doing so, we compensated them for the harsh exposure that they experienced while serving in uniform. This amendment would build on the trust the PACT Act and the Toxic Exposure Fund started with our veterans population. It will ensure that reliable, consistent funding is available for our veterans regardless of the uncertainty that we face in the world today and in this legislative environment. After the administration announced the federal government funding cuts, my veteran population's stress level increased, not knowing if their benefits would be reduced or even eliminated. Our veterans shouldn't have to worry whether their benefits will be next on the chopping block. Advanced funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund will solidify the promise that we, the Congress of the United States, made with our veterans 3 years ago. There's enough uncertainty in the world today. Let's do our part to alleviate some of that uncertainty for our veterans population and for their families. I'm asking this committee to solidify our promise to our veterans and advance fund the Toxic Exposure Fund. It's the right thing to do, and it will create certainty and a much more confident future for our veterans. I urge the passage of this amendment.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of this amendment and thank the gentlelady for advancing it, which provides advanced funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund. I was just thinking back to just a few weeks ago, I had the privilege of marching, as I do every year, in the East Rochester Village Memorial Day Parade, and at the end of the parade, we gather together to honor those men and women who have lost their lives in service to the country. And the commander of the East Rochester American Legion, post-1917, Tom Ojic, spoke, and he talked about, in a very poignant way, how we honor on Memorial Day those who die in war. And he said we honor certainly the 58,000 men and women who were lost, service members who were lost during the Vietnam War. But he said there were 300,000 Americans who have died from exposure. And he talked about how service members would get barrels of herbicide, which they were assured wouldn't affect humans or animals, but were only toxic to vegetation. and how it was wrapped and always came in orange tape, thus giving it the name Agent Orange. And so after they used the barrel, service members would barbecue in it and would put water in it to serve water and drinks in it and do all kinds of things. And as a result, 300,000 to this day have died from that exposure. We know so much more now about not only the impacts of Agent Orange, but other toxic substance, burn pits, et cetera. And this amendment, in my mind, is central to keeping our promise, our obligation, meeting the obligation to veterans who are exposed to toxic substance during their service and are now counting on us to follow through. The amendment ensures that stable, predictable funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund, a fund created by the bipartisan Honor Our Pact Act to address the very real and growing need of veterans affected by toxic exposure, like burn pits, like Agent Orange, like other toxic substances. And I think it bears repeating each day, unless we forget that since the PACT Act has become law, the VA has completed 2 million claims, enrolled nearly 500,000 new veterans in care. And these numbers are a testament to what I think happens when we pass good policy, when we implement it with integrity, when we work to meet the obligations that we made to the loved ones, to the people who serve, to their family members, and that we meet the need of the expanded number of folks that we have in our care. So without this amendment, we risk failing those who trusted us. If you're asking men and women to join the military service and making commitments to them, you have to honor what you do. Make sure that you are there for them in their time of need. And veterans could face uncertainty in their benefits or be left to pay for their care out of pocket. It's not just bad policy not to do it, it's a betrayal of the promise we made. And so many of them make rather dark jokes about that the government's plan sometimes is just to wait for them to die so they can't make a claim under the PACT Act. So let's be clear, there are no legal or procedural barriers to advance funding for the TEF. Congress has done it before. We can, we should, we must do it again. And we cannot claim to honor the veterans that Tom Wojcik spoke about on Memorial Day. We cannot claim to honor them while we're quietly disassembling the infrastructure that they rely on and that they need. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Our veterans deserve more than unfulfilled promises. They deserve a fully funded, fully staffed VA that can meet their needs with dignity and with respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Captus, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this important amendment in the part of Ohio that I represent, northwestern quadrant of Ohio. We have 83,000 veterans. And I happened to meet a gentleman, a veteran from our Middle East conflicts, and I had never seen anyone with hands that looked like his. They were completely gnarled, and he was trying to type on a keyboard for the work that he was doing in order to have a job in our community. And I asked him, I said, "Are you a veteran?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "May I ask, what did you do to your hands?" He said, "I was in charge of lifting ordnance that had been burnt and exploded near a burn pit in Iraq." And he had kidney conditions plus these hands, and he had the best attitude. I have never seen anything like that in my life. And so I wanted to rise on his behalf, and also a memory that's searing in my own mind when we flew into Iraq during the war. And the first thing I saw was those refineries with all that belching smoke. It was, we had to fly through that gray haze. And thinking about those that were serving in theater, and then to see all of the vehicles that had been trashed in theater that were being parked. I wasn't even allowed to take a picture of it, but in back of one of the buildings that we stopped at as we reviewed what was happening there. I also just want to make a comment. For our veterans that are coming home from those Middle East conflicts, I used to hear from veterans in earlier conflicts that they were proud of their service. I don't hear that from these veterans. What they say to me is, "I did my job. I did my job." And they did. And we owe them for the job that they did. Several others have mentioned that with Congresswoman Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz offering this amendment, there had been a change of heart, I guess, somewhere along the way when $22.8 billion in advance funding for the toxic exposures funds in the CR, there was some change of heart there. But without this dedicated funding, veterans who qualify for care under the PACT Act could be forced to pay for their medical care expenses out of pocket. And that is why this amendment is so necessary. And so many of our veterans come home, Guard and Reserve, and they disappear into the deep countryside. And we don't have veteran services out there. We have to try to get them to come in to the more urbanized areas where we can provide them some care. So I know how many go without care. And that's another reason why this is so necessary. It's imperative that we provide stable, long-term funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund. Otherwise, we undermine the progress made in expanding the number of veterans screened for toxic exposure. This amendment commits $51.7 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund, equal to the President's request, allowing us to make good on the promise we made when we passed the PACT Act. I really urge all of our members to vote for its favorable passage in good conscience, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Well, you know, this amendment deserves a my. It really does. I rise in support, in strong support for the advance funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund. Now, I'm going to say this. As the mother of a United States Marine who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is appalling to me that we even have to fight for this amendment. Okay, I'll try to calm down. Norma's giving me the eye. Hey, listen, the bottom line is this. Many illnesses caused by toxic exposure can be treated, some even cured. But that care isn't always simple. It can take months, sometimes years, of IV infusions, of medication, intensive follow-up. And if Congress does not provide advance funding, we're risking a devastating consequence. Veterans having their treatment interrupted or cut off entirely, and for many, that could be a death sentence. Now, a good memory I have, actually, was at my son's graduation at Quantico with hundreds of other parents, and we saw these men and women getting ready to become officers in the United States Marines. And I will tell you they were standing there strong, and they were standing there healthy and enthusiastic and patriotic, just like the maybe 160,000 other men and women every year who enlist. And I want to emphasize, when they enlist, they are strong, and they are healthy, and they are patriots. Some never come home. Some return in flag-draped coffins. But some come home and they live long lives until one day they're told that they have cancer or COPD or Parkinson's from exposure. Over 1 million veterans have already made claims for benefits under the PACT Act. That's a lot. But for many of them, as I said, there are treatments that offer real hope, but without advance funding, those treatments could stop midstream, cut short because of political games. And this is not acceptable. And this is not the message that we want to send to young people who we want to enlist in the military. With the Bipartisan PACT Act, we made a promise to take care of our patriots. And if we fail to fund it properly, we're not just breaking our promise, we're turning their backs on people who wore the uniform for us. And today, I don't speak really just as a member of Congress, although it's an honor. I speak for the families of veterans, for every spouse, child, and parent who sends a loved one off to defend our freedoms, trusting that they will be cared for when they return. And just to be blunt, as a Marine mom, this bill, without the necessary advance, should I say, I'll be polite, it infuriates me because we owe our veterans more than half measures and hollow commitments. I'm voting for this amendment. I hope all the other patriots in this room will do that too. Let's keep our promise and let's save lives. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I rise in support of the veterans in my district who support and want us to continue to support the PACT Act. I am so proud of the fact that many of us in this room a few years ago voted in a bipartisan manner to fully fund the PACT Act, to protect our veterans, to keep our promises to them, to honor their sacrifices, to recognize the pain that they have lived through that we as members of Congress have an obligation to address. This amendment should be the easiest amendment of all of those that we consider tonight because it would allow us as members of Congress to keep the promise that we made to those veterans when we voted in favor of the PACT Act. And this would protect them from some of the challenges that we face here on Capitol Hill when we're debating bills or when there are government shutdowns or when there are continuing resolutions, all of those things that we have to go home and explain to our constituents about. Our veterans are among those members of our community who we shouldn't have to explain, we're not going to fully cover your care because we can't make decisions up here together. So this amendment would protect that funding going forward, but more importantly, it would protect their care and their access to care. And for all of us who supported that great bipartisan bill, a really proud moment, I think, for all of us, this should be an easy yes. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I think one of the most seductive and lazy lies we can tell ourselves is that there's a free lunch, that there's a chemical solution to the problems and the challenges we face, that we can pass forward the debt that we owe. And I think we have the duty to be candid about whose children are being exposed to these chemicals, who is choosing to go into service. It is working people, it is my people, it is many of your people, it is many of the families that you come from. We know that this exposure has epigenetic effects. We know that this cost will be borne generation after generation. And to assume the convenient lie that you are able to pass this forward, that there's a free lunch somewhere with a budget gimmick where we can shirk the responsibility, the deal that we made, this is a cheap deal, it's a rotten deal, to say that the immediate convenience of a less bloated, a lower budget, it's false hope. Let's have accountability to the people who we've asked to put their gene pool, their children, themselves in the harm. But I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Do any other members wish to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, there is at the desk an amendment in the second degree to the amendment offered by Mr. Carter. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're all telling the story.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Okay, I'd like to ask for the waiving of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the second degree amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on his second degree amendment.
And I've heard a good bit of debate about the TEF over the last several months. I'd like to introduce a second degree amendment to Ms. Wasserman Schultz amendment. My second degree amendment provides for a TEF advance for fiscal year 2027. It simply limits the period of availability to 1 year, not making funds available until expended. This fiscally responsible amendment provides the security my colleagues are on the other side of the aisle are talking about, while making sure we are not inadvertently creating a slush fund. And while we're talking about, while everybody wants to tell their sad story, I'll tell my sad story. Some of you heard me tell my story about how I got married. I went back to a wedding where I'd met a girl in Holland in 1965, and I went to a wedding in 1967 where her sister was marrying an Air Force captain who also happened to be an All-American goalie from Colgate and a professional hockey player in Europe. Well, I was as good a friend with Kurt Brown as anybody ever had. He and I were great brothers-in-law, and we loved each other. Kurt Brown died from what they call a ghost cancer. You treat it here, it's a brain cancer. It goes away, and everybody says hallelujah, and then it appears here. And then when you treat it there, it goes here, or here, or here, or here. It just keeps going around your brain until you die. And they treat it and treat it and treat it and treat it and treat it, and there's nothing to do. He was in Sloan Kettering Hospital when he died, and all the VA paid for every bit of his stuff because he proved it was from Agent Orange. And so they paid his all of his expenses, which were basically the expenses of the treatment. Now, so I've got an experience with the VA coming through, and I'm proud of the VA for coming through. I'm not wanting to keep these people from getting I just don't like to see money sit there doing nothing, and ultimately, if it's now $50-something billion, next year we'll want another $50-something billion extended on, and before we know it, it'll be like, it could be 100 billion, 200 billion. At some point, we got to get down to being men and women enough to meet our commitment. We will fund it adequately to take care of the people that are sick today for the next year, and next year in our appropriation bill, we'll fund it again. That's the way you're supposed to do it, not advance on the outside chance that you're not going to be. And if they run out of money, we can go give them some more money. But to put aside extra money in an account, there's so many extra money accounts in the United States federal government, we could probably pay off our debt if we found all of them. And I don't like the advanced payment view of this issue. I say we've made a commitment, we'll meet that commitment, and we'll meet it every year as long as we have people who are suffering from the injuries that they are entitled to be taken care of by that account. But I don't want to fund it for more than 1 year. And that's why I'm saying I will fund it, but I don't want to fund it for more than 1 year for fear of it'll grow just like food stamps did. $2,500 is what we were told it was going to be. And what is food stamps today? It's billions of dollars. This place has a way of growing out of proportion. And then that money gets used for other purposes sometimes, and purposes maybe you don't like because we use it, or you don't like it because they use it. So I don't like slush funds. I don't like advance payments. I want to pay our bills when they come due. And we will adequately fund for this year, and I will assure you that if Ms. Wasserman Schultz is the chairman next year, I will support her in doing whatever she wants to do on this. But this is something that is peculiar to me. I don't like slush funds that grow inexplicably. That's why I'm offering this Second Amendment. I perfectly intend on funding this adequately for 1 year. And if it runs out of money, I'll fund the rest of it. But I don't like it, the advanced funding of, especially with a term, the amount of 50-something billion dollars. That's a lot of money. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to respond to the, I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
May I just ask Mr. Carter some
Absolutely.
questions?
Gentlelady's recognized to
I'm just-
pose a question.
Mr. Carter, I have some statistics. I just would ask if you could confirm these things. I don't know.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. It'll advance the money for 1 year.
It'll advance.
And any money that's not used may be carried over, or it may be.
Okay, well, I just.
But if there's a need, we will fund the need.
This is my concern. My concern is that there are so many veterans making claims, which are being approved quite rapidly. My concern is that funding should run out in the middle of somebody's treatment. That's my concern. And I want to just ask you if these. I'm not trying to challenge you in any way. I just want to know if these statistics are correct. But from what I have read, there've been over 3.5 million exposures, 1.4 million veterans have applied, 880,000 claims have been processed, 660,000 claims have been approved, and the cost is projected to be something like $797 billion over 10 years. So it really, my concern is if 1.4 million veterans have already applied and 880,000 claims have already, 660,000 already been approved, do you know what that adds up to? Because I'm worried.
More than $50 billion.
Okay, so if it adds up to more than $50 billion, why are you not allowing us to advance the funding?
Being advanced
because people, but you know, let me tell you something. I have seen these veterans hooked up. They sit for 8 hours with an IV in their arm, and then they go back month after month. And what happens if you run out of money and they can't complete their treatment? That's what I'm worried about. Because they can be cured.
The money's way more than we're talking about right here, is what you're saying.
Well,
you're telling me
what I'm
700
saying is, I think this is, what I'm saying is, I don't know whose amendment is what amendment, but I'm just telling you folks, we need this $50 billion in advance to save these veterans' lives that stood up for us. That's what I'm saying. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is your amendment still up there? Okay, I'm in support of, pardon me? The underlying amendment. I'm supporting the underlying. I'm all due respect. I'm not trying to take this out on you. But I can tell you, obviously, there's a lot of emotion involved here because we have all these young men and women and even our older veterans who deserve to be taken care of.
I agree. Everyone deserves to be taken care of that was injured fighting for our country in any form or fashion, or got sick, or died. I buried my brother-in-law, and I buried his wife 2 weeks ago.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we'd be voting on here with the amendment in the second degree is the difference between whether or not the $51.7 billion in the Toxic Exposure Fund that we would be advance funding would be able to remain until it is expended, as opposed to what Chairman Carter is proposing, where it would cease to be possible to spend the funds after 1 year. I'll first say that I am glad that this amendment has resulted in an acknowledgement that we should be funding, advanced funding, the Toxic Exposure Fund with $51.7 billion. So it looks like we're making progress here. We've come together, and this secondary amendment clearly demonstrates that we all agree with that, assuming this secondary amendment would pass. But I want to make sure that everyone here understands, because it can be a little confusing. I've been in this, Judge Carter and I have been in this role respectively in either direction for a lot of years, and we already advance fund VA medical care to the tune of $112 billion on the discretionary side. We already do that. That is a common practice in the VA medical care because we owe it to our veterans. We decided many years ago that we owe the certainty to our veterans. They've served our country. We have to make sure that we can care for them. Their health care needs should not be subject to the whims of the political decisions that we make every fiscal year in the appropriations process, to the whims of whether there's a CR, to the whims of whether we don't get to a full year budget. We have these funds advanced funded in a unique way in our bill, both in the mandatory side for the PACT Act and in the discretionary side for VA medical care, because we don't want there to be a gap that our veterans fall through. So this is not unusual. It is not a slush fund. It is funds that ensure that there's no break, as the gentlelady from Florida said, in the care that these veterans have earned. As I said, we have 460,000 new enrollees and 2.4 million PACT Act claims that have been completed already. So $51.7 billion, which was requested by the president in the same way that this amendment asks for it, until and shall remain available until expended. If we change it to a year, then you are risking the possibility that there would be a gap. Now look, I am appreciative that we would take the issue off the table here on whether or not we advance fund the TEF. But it should not only be advance funded for a year, because I think what everybody needs to understand here is that if we only do it for a year, the funds revert to the Treasury. I mean, if you can't expend it past a year, then the funds revert to the Treasury and you still have the same issue. And it's not like we've been very consistent in this committee or in the Congress to snap to attention and immediately fund needs when there's a shortfall. So I appreciate and I believe that Judge Carter's commitment is sincere. I just don't think that we likely have the ability to make sure that those funds are filled in the event that there are funds, the insufficient funds to meet the needs. So, I mean, we advance fund veterans health care, and I mean, why would we not do that? I mean, the president, look, I don't agree with Donald Trump on anything, but in this instance, he clearly recognized that we made a commitment to the veterans when, for those of us that voted for the PACT Act, we agreed that we were going to give them guaranteed funding. That's why the Toxic Exposure Fund exists on the mandatory side of the ledger, so that they can count on it, and we know that the political whims that exist here, they won't be victims of. So, well, frankly, I'm torn, and is it possible, Mr. Chairman, can we go to the next amendment? Can we put this aside for a few minutes and talk about this behind the scenes to see if we can work something out? And then
I don't think we
come back.
really have that option. The
We have a lot of other amendments, Mr. Chairman. We do that all the time, but I'd like to see if there was a possibility.
If you would give me just a moment.
Sure. Yeah.
Because John Stewart came down here and said you have to do it. Yes, that's right. But again, I think you should make your point. We have to work it out because there's no guarantee.
Do you want me to break them up and tell them?
No.
No, let them do their thing.
Agree with my suggestion first.
Okay, I apologize for the delay. I'm advised that each of you can withdraw your amendments and then have a discussion, and we could reintroduce them at the end if you can't come to an agreement.
I would appreciate that opportunity, Mr.
Okay, without objection, then, we're going to withdraw both the original amendment and the amendment in the second degree. They're off the floor, so that's not pending business. We'll let you two decide whether or not at the end, we have to go all the way through. So this will be something that comes at the end. It's not something we interject along the way. So you guys see if you can come to an agreement. We'll come back and reconsider it. If you have an agreement, great. If not, we'll go about the business as we are. Okay. So, Judge, you will have to,
I withdraw mine.
okay, his has been withdrawn. Debbie, you have to formally withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my underlying amendment.
Okay, both amendments have been withdrawn. We'll see if they can work it out. We'll re-present at the end, just so you know. What's next? Give me. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Cloud of Texas is recognized for an amendment, Cloud number 3, I believe. Oh, he just left. All right, let's move on. We'll come back to this. Well, you'll be next. Excuse me, we'll now move on to amendment by Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Shh. By Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the members are recognized for remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is simple. It would direct a study from the Government Accountability Office on the effects of tariffs on military construction projects. We know this administration's tariff agenda is wreaking havoc on Americans' pocketbooks. President Trump himself admits that tariffs would hike food, clothes, and toy prices. In a cabinet meeting, he reportedly admitted that store shelves could go bare. The housing industry is already feeling this pain. Trump tariffs on lumber, aluminum, steel, and other raw materials have hit the building sector, and our military construction projects clearly rely on these same materials. To give you just 2 examples, Realtor.com reported in April that nail prices, the kind you bang into wood, would jump 400% due to the administration's tariff policies. The National Association of Home Builders estimates tariffs would drive up the average cost of a new house by nearly $11,000. I could go on. Examples are found all through the supply chain, and whether it's as home buyers or taxpayers, average Americans get stuck with the higher construction bill for Trump's tariffs. Unfortunately, we all know, and Judge Carter and I know this from experience, we all know that military construction is already more costly than the equivalent projects funded by other departments, local governments, and even private sector. We get reprogramming requests all the time, particularly through COVID and other times when construction materials costs rise, or when, like in Guam, they got hit by the hurricane, and so it's an island, and construction materials were much more expensive to get in than they even normally are, and so costs go up. add tariffs, and that impacts the costs overall exponentially. As the cost of military construction projects continue to climb, the administration's tariff policies will only handcuff this committee's ability to fund projects with our already limited resources. I mean, we can see with Mr. Cloud, you know, we just, and there's lots of other members who, their project is too far down the list, and we just have not been able to fund the list further down, add higher prices and higher costs for construction, and that's an even shorter list that we're able to fund. So put simply, these Trump tariffs kill military construction projects. They just do. That means fewer new barracks for our troops, less construction in the Indo-Pacific and Europe to deter adversaries. It means less resources for infrastructure that our service members need to do their critical work, to get childcare and for housing. As we rebuild from extreme weather events at Andersen Air Force Base and Guam, devastated by Typhoon Marwar, Tyndall Air Force Base hit by Hurricane Michael in Florida, MacDill Air Force Base in my home state of Florida that was hit by Hurricane Milton, it'll be more costly than we originally estimated. The Department of Defense and especially the services already have deep infrastructure and unaccompanied housing backlogs. These tariffs will also cause delays in projects this bill would fund, meaning the services will be forced to submit reprogramming requests to address cost increases before they can award projects. So I hope my colleagues will support this amendment for the sake of transparency. It gathers information that we need to understand on the changing costs of military construction projects. It's basic data that we need, so I urge you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter of Texas, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Our construction professionals need to be focused on project management and construction of facilities, not responding to impractical, politically motivated congressional reports demands. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment. Mike.
This requires, I rise in support of the amendment. It requires a report on the impact that President Trump's chaotic tariffs are having on military construction projects across branches and military installations. We're already starting 2025 below where we need this budget to be. As I said in my opening remarks, this bill underfunds military construction by nearly $1 billion, which means our military construction projects will have to cut corners or defer maintenance, both of which create larger costs in the long run. This is an issue of military readiness. We need to be making sure our facilities are able to keep up with the demands that military missions place upon them. Unfortunately, President Trump's trade wars are driving up the prices of a wide variety of building materials, of which there is not sufficient domestic supply. From steel to lumber to copper and more, the cost of these tariffs will certainly make it more expensive to build and maintain projects across the country. According to a survey done in April by the National Alliance of Home Builders, nearly 60% of builders reported that their suppliers had already increased or planned to increase prices of materials due to tariffs. These increases would add an estimated $11,000 of additional cost to each home built, and that is just for residential homes. Large government facilities will likely face even higher price increases due to specialty building materials and requirements. And while the administration may have raised or lowered, it is quite hard to really keep track of up, down, tariffs on imports several times this April. Those price increases will still be working their way through the economy for some time. It is vital that we as appropriators understand the cost impact that these tariffs are having on construction materials for our military. Our troops deserve safe, clean, resilient facilities to help them accomplish their missions. This administration has taken actions to drive up the cost of building, in addition to drive up the cost of living, and we must understand the impacts that that will have on our military readiness. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Do any other amendments seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think we should all want transparency. This is a GAO report. This doesn't tie up anyone at the Department of Defense that needs to be focused on other things. This is our agency that if we task them with seeing what the impact of the tariffs are on military construction costs, we're going to be able to make better long-term decisions when it comes to funding those projects. We can give that information to DOD, and when they're developing their 5-year lists, they can make decisions with more information. So, I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't want more information, and we're tasking the agency that we actually have responsible for those, for that kind of due out. But I don't know. I think we should probably be better able to make decisions with information that we don't have without a report like this. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back.
Thank you very much. The question's now on the amendment. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Just one more show of hands. I'm sorry, I was looking down. More than sufficient. Sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is now ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Edwards?
Mr. Edwards, no.
Mr. Guest?
Mr. Guest, no.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
Mr. Adderholt?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
I do not believe the gentleman is recorded. Is he?
Mr. Clyburn is recorded as a no.
No, I thought I heard that. It's aye.
Mr. Clyburn votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Mr. Cloud. Cloud is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Third time's the charm, yeah.
We have an amendment at the desk.
I asked for the reading to be suspended.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. Our CPF rules are pretty broad. They give us a pretty good amount of discretion. In the past, they had been misused and some guardrails were put on them, which I certainly applaud. I find it notable that if it were for any other project, we could get these kind of projects that I had mentioned in the last two amendments done. But because this is for the people in uniform, we have rules that prohibit us from doing so. And these are rules that we've put in place ourselves. And so we put hurdles in front of our way of, in our own way of helping out those in the military. I would suggest that next time we do this and we reevaluate our committee rules, that we look at the rules on CPF funding. This is not, I understand the need for the FIDEP, which hasn't been released yet this year, but in us making sure that we are supporting strategic priorities. But this isn't about taking money from other strategic projects. This is about any other project that could be used for CPF funding and just making sure that our servicemen and women in uniform are taken care of. I would highly recommend that this committee consider rules that would allow us to do that. And for the matter of time and to keep things moving, will withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for an amendment. Amendment number 3.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prevents the administration from continuing to conduct its illegal firings of VA employees without cause. Secretary Collins has announced that he plans to fire over 80,000 VA employees to meet the arbitrary goal of 15% reduction in staffing. He started by firing 2,400 probationary employees who were reinstated after the courts ruled that these firings were illegal. There was no thought behind these firings. One horrific example was a Veterans Crisis Line employee, one who trained the first responders and was a veteran herself, who was initially let go. I shudder to think how many calls went unanswered, or if someone on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide didn't have all the training they needed to properly respond. And now we stare down the barrel of an even more dangerous cut. Let me be clear, there is absolutely no way that the Secretary can achieve his goal without it having an impact on the health care provided to our veterans. Yet the Secretary said many times, or has claimed many times, that he won't fire doctors, nurses, counselors, or really anyone at the Veterans Health Administration. If that's true, then he'll need to take all of his staff reduction from the Veterans Benefits Administration, which basically would eliminate it. And we all know that that's not realistic or responsible. So if this goal is real, he'll need to cut staff at the Veterans Health Administration, guaranteeing that veterans' health care will be harmed. VA already has a tough time recruiting doctors and other healthcare professionals. It's a competitive market, and private hospitals and clinics often pay more. And it's not just medical professionals who ensure veterans receive quality care at VA, it's everyone who makes a CBOC or a hospital run. Does this administration really believe that the arbitrary firing culture it's creating at the VA will make it an attractive place to work? No one wants to work at a place where the threat of being fired for no reason looms over their head every day. When we asked for more details on its staffing plans, they refused to provide them. Frankly, they don't really have a plan, or if they do, they're trying to keep it secret. Today, it came out that the VA doesn't even really have the capability or the talent in the VA to actually figure out how to conduct this reduction in force themselves, and so they've contracted with a component of OPM, of the Office of Personnel Management. So they don't even know how to do this by themselves, let alone be able to make sure that it doesn't accidentally hurt veterans rather than help them. It's our job to make spending decisions and to oversee how the administration spends the money Congress has directed to be spent. And don't any one of us forget, when this administration says that it will clear-cut 80,000 plus VA staff, that's 20,000 actual veterans that they'll put out of work. It's an ugly threat from the administration that's fired more veterans than any other administration in history already. Our veterans deserve better. They deserve answers to what is happening with an agency that supports their health care. They deserve to know if they will be able to get the benefits, appointments, and medical procedures they need. They deserve a fully staffed and a fully functional VA system, which is what we promised them when they stood up to defend our nation. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The bill has, as written, and the budget request does not include personnel cuts. VA has reinforced health care and benefits by safeguarding 300 million mission-critical positions to ensure uninterrupted services. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Last year, Speaker Johnson emphasized, and I quote, "It is Congress's duty to ensure these heroes are taken care of after service," unquote. Allowing the Trump administration to reduce the number of VA employees would directly contradict this objective, revealing a lack of gratitude and failing to fulfill Congress's obligation to support our service members. With over 25% of the VA's employees and 30% of federal workers nationwide being veterans themselves, workforce reductions will have a dual negative impact. They will diminish services for veterans and simultaneously fire veterans from full-time employment. Cutting VA staff will not only limit veterans' access to critical specialized care for conditions like PTS, military sexual trauma, and toxic exposures, but it will also mean losing experience and institutional knowledge that may not be recovered. Veterans will lose access to the precise treatments their unique health needs require. The PACT Act has significantly expanded veterans' care and increased enrollment. However, without sufficient staff to meet this demand, the remaining workforce faces overwhelming burdens, potentially compromising their ability to deliver timely and effective care for our veterans. If you all check with your district staffs, I'm sure you will find there are already scheduling delays, longer waits, and staff shortages, and actually vacancies in really important positions within the VA. A reduction in the VA workforce will have serious consequences for veterans, creating a ripple effect of negative impacts. Not only will it lead to significant delays in processing crucial disability claims, pensions, and other benefits, causing considerable financial hardship for veterans and their families. It will also jeopardize vital assistance programs that provide support for housing, for job training, and for mental health. Our VA employees are indispensable to our veterans' well-being, providing specialized health care, processing vital benefits, and offering life-saving support. And how many of you, like we in our office, have veterans waiting and waiting and waiting for administration on their disability claims? Without this dedicated workforce, veterans will struggle to access the critical care and assistance they need to survive and thrive after their service, and their continued presence ensures that those who defended our nation receive the comprehensive support that they have earned. I urge you all to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Just to be absolutely clear, the gentlelady inadvertently said opposition in the opening statement. It's clear she supports the amendment. I just want to make that clear for the record. Easy to happen. Are there others wishing to speak to the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland's recognized. Microphone, please, sir.
What we have seen over the last 5 months is unprecedented. A gentleman who had very little experience with government other than getting money from it was tasked to go in with a group of people who had very little information on what government employees did or did not do, were brought with him. They were good at numbers. And this number is 80,000. I believe strongly that there is not a person alive who knows what an 80,000 reduction would have as an adverse consequence. The Doge Group, Musk himself, and others in the administration who said we're going to reach a number. And they knew how to reach numbers. Now, of course, the courts have said they did not do so legally, but they had no idea of the consequences of what they were doing because they didn't take the time to do it. Now, my wife, Dr. Elaine Kmark, ran Reinventing Government for the Clinton-Gore administration. They took 5 years and reduced 464,000. So Clinton said in his State of the Union that year, we are now at the smallest number that we have been in 20 years of federal employees. There was no crisis. There was no great controversy because it was done in a thoughtful, meaningful, effective, responsible way. I can't believe that there are any of us in this room, I hope, who think that simply saying we're going to reduce congressional staff by half would respond. That makes sense, irrespective of what I will be able to do in my district office, in my congressional office, and in my performance of my duties. So I think we ought to tell the administration and those from the outside, like Mr. Musk, or in the inside, ladies and gentlemen, tell us what the consequences are going to be of our arbitrary and capricious actions reaching a number. On that basis alone, I would hope that all of us would say, yes, let's have this information. Because we, the Congress, are the deciders. Not Mr. Musk, not the administration, but we, the Congress, under Article 1. This is what this seeks to achieve, not an arbitrary and capricious judgment by those who do not know the consequences of their act, and in the process are damaging very badly our country and our people. Vote yes.
Are there any others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the questions now, seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague, Chairman Carter, said that there's money in this bill to spend on these salaries. Well, the VA Secretary has said that he plans to fire 80,000 VA employees. If those salaries, since those salaries are in our bill, then we should be ensuring that the VA spends those funds as we intend and prevent them from firing 80,000 employees, because we are the Article 1 branch of government. We're the ones that are granting the authority and statutorily saying that they should spend the money on these employees. These are statutory funds. So we have to make sure that our authority is not circumvented by the administration. And so that's what this bill does. That's what this amendment does. It just says that no funds will be spent, no funds shall be available to conduct any reduction in force pursuant to the statute or any similar reduction of positions below the statutorily authorized level at the Department of Veterans Affairs unless such reduction has been provided for in this act. That's our job. We need to come together collectively and defend Congress's power of the purse and defend our veterans and our VA employees who are serving them. So I urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been risen. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Ms. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr.
Mr.
Diaz-Balart, no.
Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, no.
Any
Ms.
others?
Ming.
Are
Ms. Ming, aye.
there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Gentlelady's recognized to present her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is an attempt to seek transparency from this administration as it relates to the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. Since DOJ was allowed access to VA, we've heard countless horror stories of improper access to veterans' sensitive information, and this amendment is an attempt to understand if these stories are true, and if so, how we as a Congress and as the Appropriations Committee can hold this administration accountable, which is part of our constitutional responsibility. We've heard that DOJ led the way in implementing the illegal firings of probationary employees. We've heard that they gained access to nearly all IT systems at VA, even systems they have no business being in, systems that have private information for veterans, including their Social Security numbers, biodata, and disability status. It should not be a partisan issue to want to ensure that veteran information is protected. DOJ apparently created software and artificial intelligence systems that arbitrarily decided which VA contracts to cancel, leading to contract cancellations of research programs related to, quote, biodiversity, simply because the word diversity was part of the contract, because it's part of the word biodiversity. Yet when we ask VA to verify or dispute these stories, we hear nothing back. The VA has become a black box, with political appointees refusing to even acknowledge what we all know, that DOJ is running wild at the VA. Disturbingly, we've also heard that DOJ created a software system that censors VA staff, not allowing them to use certain words in emails, words like reduction in force. What exactly is this administration afraid of? Do they know that these actions are illegal and that's why they refuse to acknowledge that this is happening? These actions pose tremendous risks to veteran privacy and to our national security. All this amendment does is ask GAO, our agency, to investigate this, report back to us on what really is happening with DOJ at VA, and ensure that veteran personal information is protected. It's a simple amendment. You can stand up to protect the private, sensitive information of our veterans who laid it all on the line for our nation, or you can side with unvetted hacks who could spill all this personal data online and into the stratosphere. This amendment makes clear if the choice is between unvetted DOJ disruptors or our veterans, this committee sides with America's brave heroes who put on a uniform to protect all of us. Very simple. I think I certainly know where I come down, and I hope that everyone else on the committee does as well. I urge you to support this amendment. Yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The VA is taking several actions to restore best practices within its system to ensure veterans are receiving the best care and timely benefits. DOJ employees were hired through VA to review contracts to eliminate waste within the department. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ms. Wasserman Schultz for this amendment. I'd like my colleagues to know just how important this amendment is. I get to serve on the Homeland Security Subcommittee led by Ranking Member Underwood and Chairman Amadei. And when we were visited by CISA recently, one of the questions that I asked was about Doge, or doggy, as Mr. Amadei prefers that we call it. That's right, thank you. And we have read all sorts of accounts about Doge, doggy. I have been alarmed about accounts, or alarmed by accounts, that they have shared information via Gmail instead of by secure email accounts. We have all read information about personal data that they've accessed. I continue to be asked about this at my town hall meetings. I don't know about all of you, but my constituents are concerned about it. So when CISA came before our Homeland Committee, I asked specifically if CISA could look into this, if CISA was aware of whether any malign actors were able to access this data that is being shared by the young people that Elon Musk brought in. I have yet to receive an answer to that question from CISA. So if we cannot get this information from the administration so that we can then tell our constituents what was accessed, whether we can guarantee to our constituents that their private data hasn't been leaked on the dark web by Elon Musk's army of 20-somethings, then at the very least, we should support this amendment so that we can make sure that our veterans' private data has not been leaked, is protected, and has not been accessed by malign actors. So this is another easy one to support. This would help create that transparency, and if the administration is not going to give us that information, then at the very least, we should have direct access through this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Van, is recognized.
Thank you, sir. It's unacceptable that Doge's meddling at the VA has wiped out millions of in contracts, harming veteran care, and dishonoring our national promise to those who served. While I recognize the need to improve efficiencies and cut red tape, the recklessness and lack of oversight is putting highly sensitive information about our veterans at risk. This amendment will help us better understand the extent of the damage that Doge has inflicted on the VA systems and how our veterans and VA employees are affected. As a past chairman of the technology modernization, I just want to articulate the fact that one of the #1 topics that VSO organizations would talk about is making sure you protected the health records of the veterans who served our country. With that, I support this amendment.
Are there any other members seeking to address the amendment? Oh, okay. Give the gentlelady from Florida 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just be clear, my colleagues. We routinely assign the Government Accountability Office to do studies like this and come back to us with reports so that we have more transparency and understanding into what is going on in various agencies. We've assigned them the responsibility of helping to make sure that the CVC, years ago, when I was the chair of the Legislative Branch Committee, we gave GAO that responsibility to help hold the process accountable and bring that project in for a landing. We've given them the responsibility on EHRM to assist us in trying to make sure that there's more transparency and accountability there. And what this would do is it makes sure that we understand, because VA is not answering our questions about the rummaging around that they have been doing with unfettered access to veterans' personal private information. That should bother all of us. We deserve answers, and we have the responsibility here and an opportunity to give GAO the chance to investigate and tell us. I'm not sure why anyone would oppose that. It's certainly not coming down on the side of veterans to do so. So I urge your support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. A recorded vote's ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Ms. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Mrs. McCullough. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Ms. Perez, aye.
Any other members? In that case, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment's not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Captor, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I wish to propose is listed.
Amendment at the desk.
It's at the desk, but
The clerk will read the amendment unless
it's
the
listed as
gentlelady
number
wishes us
12
to
on the sheet.
Okay, number 12, and does the gentlelady wish us to dispense with reading the amendment?
That'd be great.
I think
The
we
good news
finally
is-
found unanimity here.
The good
Without
news is-
objection, thank you. Without objection, the reading of the amendment's dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so everyone knows, this is number 13, which means if we are successful in passing this, or at least debating it, we will be 1/3 through of what's on the sheet for tonight. So my amendment concerns America's contribution to NATO's infrastructure. Defending American liberty means knowing who America's true allies are, and also which nations undermine liberty globally. My amendment would increase funding for the NATO Security Investment Program by $188 million. I think that's about 1/7 of what Ohio takes in on its lottery every year. This will ensure that the account is fully funded for the Alliance's FY26 infrastructure and security needs. If you have any doubt about why this is important, follow Russia's decade-long unprovoked war on the nation of Ukraine. The level requested is to compensate for underfunding due to last year's continuing resolution, difficulties with that, and the delays in this year's completed appropriation bills under regular order. Last year, the free world recognized 75 years of NATO's existence. NATO is the free world's indispensable alliance for liberty and our defense. It was founded in the wake of the greatest victory of liberty over tyranny in World War II and the 20th century's greatest achievement. Recently, I was privileged to work on a bipartisan basis in the House to gather over 32 ambassadors and world leaders from each of the countries that are a part of NATO. Each represents a nation in the NATO alliance. We met here on the House side of the Capitol, along with members of Congress, to demonstrate our chamber's continued commitment to NATO's unity and strength. The turnout was impressive and, I believe, necessary. It is no secret that a spider web of tyranny is spinning a web to threaten our Western democracies and pose greater threats to our shared security from dictatorships the likes of Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, and if you missed it, perhaps, the enlistment of Cuban conscripts in that web of tyranny. In response to these real threats, the free world, through NATO, must strengthen relationships with our allies around the globe. Liberty lovers should applaud the recent historic expansion of NATO with the important addition of Finland and Sweden. Liberty Shield has been standing resolute with our partners in liberty. Our common struggle is against Vladimir Putin's tyranny and Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion to dismantle the free nation of Ukraine. This predatory and severe violation of international law has triggered the largest war on the European continent since World War II. With 11 time zones, Russia chose to invade its neighbor and is stealing its assets through orders from Vladimir Putin, plundering every town as they rush into that nation. Contrary to what some might claim, it is not just the United States funding our collective security. Europe is stepping up to the plate, and it's well known that Russia's predation had extended across 3/4 of Europe until 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed under the weight of its own corruption and economic failure. As of 2024, at least 2 countries, Poland and Estonia, spend a higher percent of their GDP on defense than we do. Fewer than 10 NATO allies of 32 members spend less than their 2% goal, and many are already approving budgets that you probably have read about that are growing their defense commitments toward the new 5% goal, and I commend President Trump for pushing them in that direction. They've heard it. That collective increase in funding is a necessary response to the immediate threat that Vladimir Putin's Russia poses to the alliance. It is not an excuse for America to step down or decrease its funding levels as this bill does. Without a strong NATO, with America meeting its historic obligation, Putin's war would have overrun Ukraine and undoubtedly spread to adjacent NATO countries. I think we can all remember there was a time again when Russia's predation extended across 3/4 of Europe. We don't want to go back. Let free people stand with our NATO allies, joining an alliance together. The free world can remain the most powerful platform to extend liberty by choice and not by conquest. I urge you all to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment does not have an offset, and we cannot accept it. While I do not oppose additional funding for NATO's Security Investment Program, we need to prioritize the construction needs of our military forces first. We will consider potential increases for NATO as the FY26 unfolds, but cannot accept the amendment without an offset. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I will just remind my colleagues that we don't have any 302B adopted, so we don't have anything we're marking this bill to, and so there really isn't a need for an offset because we can pretty much just pick a number. As Putin continues his unprovoked war in Ukraine, this is not the time to walk away from our commitments to our allies in Europe. NATO infrastructure, especially in Europe, has suffered over the course of many years of inadequate funding prioritization. To meet the threat posed by Putin's aggression and to correct for underinvestment, the alliance agreed to boost spending through this mutual infrastructure program through 2030. Our NATO allies have already paid a disproportionate share of NATO security investment program costs in recent years. The argument that the U.S. should not pay for infrastructure to defend Europe is based on a false premise, and I understand that the chairman's not making that argument, but others probably feel that way. Beyond it being a shared commitment of the alliance that has only evoked Article 5 once to come to the defense of the United States after September 11th, many of these infrastructure projects directly benefit U.S. troops and U.S. requirements, not just NATO requirements writ large. We have almost 84,000 U.S. service members in Europe, and we have to house and care for them just as if they were stateside. But this bill would underfund the program by $188 million, below what even President Trump requested. And making matters worse, U.S. contributions have already lagged due to the late and insufficient funding provided by the full-year continuing resolution for FY25. Years of flat funding for this program will have disproportionate negative impacts. Defense construction projects in general are complex programs to plan and budget for. This program in particular has the added processes that come along with joint planning and concurrence within a large alliance structure. So inconsistency from the United States when we should be the stable leader of the alliance makes it much harder for NATO to meet its infrastructure goals and needs. Project cost share agreements are negotiated far in advance, and underfunding the program in this bill will not change that. It will only shortchange the commitments the United States has already made. So I hope that the members of this committee on both sides of the aisle agree that we should stand by our allies, and now is not the time to renege on our commitments to NATO infrastructure. And I want to thank Congresswoman Capter for her leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the amendment? Gentlelady from Maine is recognized to address the amendment. Ms. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be brief on this. I know a lot of things have been kind of upside down in the congressional world that we all live in, but I really never thought I would see something as upside down as Congress deciding not to fund NATO. I understand the argument that there has to be an offset, although I thought the ranking member of the committee made a good point. We don't have 302 allocations, so we're not actually marking to anything. And just the fact is, it's just so unusual to think that Congress would ever get to this moment where we say it's not important to fund NATO. A lot of people, when the Ukraine war broke out, said one of the amazing things that Putin did was he brought countries all over the world together to understand the importance of NATO and re-strengthened our alliances and got us all recommitted again. But we have lost that enthusiasm, it appears. And this amendment or this lack of funding in the bill is indicative of that. So I just want to reinforce what my colleagues have said. It sends a critical message to our key allies when we decide not to fund something. It certainly sends the wrong message to Russia about our commitment to the war in Ukraine and our commitment to our alliances. And we made a promise to our NATO partners. We're constantly saying they should pay more of their share. We've witnessed countries throughout Europe and others who have shown their interest in increasing the amount of funding that they give to NATO. We should follow suit here, and I urge people to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of the administration's judgment. Do any of you care? This is an important amendment. This is not just a throwaway. Chamberlain thought his actions were just a throwaway. Maybe he'd buy some time. I wear this pin every day. I think America's freedom, I think democracy's success is at stake. Many of you fought in the military. And had we met the enemy strongly at the beginning, we may never have had the fight. That's what peace through strength means. Strength is not retreating in the face of your enemy. Strength is not saying, we'll give up Eastern Ukraine. Strength is not saying, we'll give up Crimea. Strength is not saying, whatever you want to do, Mr. Putin, you go ahead and do. In this case, the administration has said, as Ms. Pingree has pointed out, we're going to keep our NATO commitments as we expect you to do, and as 23 of the 28 NATO nations is doing. This is not simply some throwaway amendment that all of you will vote no and all of us will vote yes, and, well, we did our job. People are watching us. And some of those people live in Russia. Some of those people live in the Kremlin. Some of those people live in Iran. Some live in North Korea. Some live in China. They're watching. Does America have the stomach to stay the course? Does America have the stomach to confront despotism and dictators and those who steal children from countries and take them to their own? Are we unwilling? Are we unable because we're so partisan to respond to that viewing? To say America is strong and America will stand with its allies and America stands against despotism and dictatorship and aggression and criminal behavior on the international level? Are we so partisan that we cannot even discuss and come to a rational judgment on that? I've had very long talks with Senator McConnell, and he and I are both very worried that we have somehow forgotten the lessons of history, forgotten the lessons of weakness, forgotten why we say peace through strength. When I came to Congress in 1981, I supported almost every one of Ronald Reagan's buildup of the Defense Department. Not in a partisan way, but in a nonpartisan way. John Kennedy, when I was a young man, said we have a missile gap. He was wrong, but what he was saying is we're going to keep pace. We're going to confront our enemies. Do not believe America is going to slink away. And don't believe America is going to give up its allies' territory to a thief in violation of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Congress of the United States, and yes, we're Democrats, and yes, we're Republicans. But by golly, I hope we remember that we are Americans first. And that we are the leader of the free world. And we will not sound this uncertain trumpet tonight. That maybe we'll stick with the administration in this case and send that message to NATO, to Russia, to Iran, to North Korea, and to China. America, as Ronald Reagan said, is prepared and will outcompete you. Right now, the Russians in 3 months, are producing more weapons, more artillery, more ordnance than all of NATO, America, and Canada combined can produce in a year. Let us not retreat. Let us stand up and say, we are America. And we will not allow you to win by intimidation, by threat, by breaking international law. Let us stand as the world's leader. Vote aye.
Are there other members seeking recognition to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I would just ask my colleagues to reflect on what's been said today. Think about what's happening globally as we speak. Think about what just happened a few weeks ago with the Russian drones over Ukraine, but also the Ukrainian drones over Russia. And the demands to our generation, to our time and generation, to do what is in the interests of liberty on our watch. I ask for support of this amendment in the cause of freedom. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Ohio. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised.
Thank you.
A clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there further amendment or discussion? Mr. Bishop of Georgia is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member DeLauro. Thank you for the opportunity to recommend an amendment that would add report language.
Would the gentleman like the amendment read, or would he prefer that be dispensed with?
Sorry, I'd like to have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add report language that's really vital to our veterans. You know, veterans want to receive their care, and they want to receive it at VA medical centers and clinics. Veteran service organizations have done polls, surveys, and the advocacy groups have communicated this message. They like having their medical records accessible in one location. They like their specialty clinics, labs, and pharmacies in one location. They like VA providers that are more knowledgeable with what veterans need. They like quicker communication between their primary care and their specialty care providers. And we should be investing money in our Veteran Affairs medical centers and our Veteran Affairs medical clinics. We should be hiring the best doctors, modernizing with the most up-to-date equipment, finding a way to make the VA medical centers and clinics more accessible and more effective for our veterans. Items we know will make a positive difference in veterans' care. Instead, we have an unprecedented funding increase for community care through the VA that is answering a problem that we're not really sure is there, at least at the magnitude that deserves a 67% increase in community care funding, which is outside the VA. This amendment would help us to figure out if there is an actual need for an increase in community care funding of that magnitude, and where exactly that increase is being spent. Something that should have been reported by the VA or the GAO before this increase in funding was allocated. Spending on community care should be focused on care that is not offered or accessible at the VA Medical Center, or specific to those veterans who have accessibility concerns, like those in my district living in rural areas where the VA Medical Center is not a feasible option, which is the case in many rural communities across America. A spend plan provided by this amendment in the purport language would also ensure that our committee and the Department of Veterans Affairs have veteran care as their focus and not implementing Project 2025, that agenda for privatizing the VA medical system. A privatized VA medical system goes against what our veterans want, and it goes against what they need. VFW, American Legion, the DAV, and numerous other veteran service organizations will tell you that. The department should present these plans quarterly, present them for review by our committee as a check and a balance, as was designed in the Constitution. So I urge this committee, both sides of the aisle, to support this amendment and to demonstrate that we're able to put veteran care ahead of partisan politics. We don't want to privatize the VA. Our veterans don't want the VA privatized. Pass this amendment so we can actually know how this community care money will be spent to make sure that it's spent for a VA that will truly take care of the wants, the needs, the desires of our veterans. With that, I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Given the growth in the program, this amendment was conceptually a good idea. It could have been used to hold VA accountable. Unfortunately, the other side of the aisle did not want to work constructively in a bipartisan manner, and instead will likely use this as another baseless talking point about how we are privatizing health care at the VA and reference to Project 2025, as you have seen. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment, and I'm a little confused because I'm not aware of any discussion that took place on reaching compromise language on this amendment. So I'd be glad to be illuminated if that were the case. This bill includes the administration's request for $34 billion, or a 67% increase to medical community care, which is an unprecedented increase and a representation of this administration's desire to implement the VA's privatization scheme that's outlined in Project 2025. There is no evidence that there is a valid need to increase private care by over 2/3. So all this amendment does is ask for answers. Why is this 67% increase needed? I just keep asking myself, why do our friends on the other side of the aisle don't want answers to questions from the administration about the way they are proposing to spend funds, or about the cuts they're making indiscriminately, the impoundment that is occurring of funds that we've already appropriated, and now 67% increase in community care with no justification for why it's needed. We're moving forward. We're marking up all our bills without a full budget request. We've not seen any justification materials from VA. Why are we accepting this administration's proposal for $34 billion without providing any justification? We've seen study after study that veterans prefer to receive their care at VA, and under the previous administration, veteran trust in VA medical care reached an historic 92%. We should be taking this money and putting it into the VA, expanding access to rural veterans' health care, and investing in telehealth. In addition, there are many studies that show that for many veterans, it is quicker to get an appointment at the VA than it is in the community. And there, of course, will be always valid reasons for a veteran to be referred to community care, but none that support a 67% increase. In everyday life, whether we're renovating a home or contracting out services, if someone came to us and said, costs have grown by 67%, I bet we'd all ask why. I bet we'd all ask, how did that happen? This amendment asks VA to tell us how they plan to spend this increase and justify its need, which we do all the time. I want to thank Congressman Bishop for leading on this issue. This is a common sense amendment. It is fiscally responsible, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Connecticut, ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which requires a spend plan for the community care funding included in this bill. Transparency and clarity have been a constant demand from Democrats for the past few months. We are nearly halfway through the year, and we still do not have spend plans or other necessary details from the administration. Keep in mind that in the continuing resolution that was passed in March, and I might add, all but one Democrat voted against it, and I think most all of the Republicans voted for that. There was a requirement in that continuing resolution that the agencies come forward with a spend plan, which was due in April, at the end of April. We are now almost mid-June. Halfway through the year, we do not have spend plans or other necessary details from the administration. And I just might add, in almost every agency we are looking at, my colleague, the ranking member is right. What are we hiding here? Why don't we have any budget details? What do they want to spend? What do they want to spend it on? And the madness of all of this is that we don't have a budget, and we don't have allocations. We just, maybe pulling numbers out of the air. We are also demanding that Congress act to address the cost of living, especially the cost of health care, which is an increasing burden for so many households, especially for our veterans. This amendment attempts to address both of these demands. This majority is proposing $34 billion for community care, an increase of 67%, which siphons taxpayer dollars off to private sector medicine outside the VA that have every incentive to charge as much as they can, and they can get away with it. They are trying to privatize the VA, just like with the post office, and now with public education, and at every other government agency that helps Americans. They are dismantling the government to benefit billionaires. Data shows that since the Veterans Community Choice Program was implemented, funding has increased drastically from $14.8 billion in fiscal year 2018 to $28.5 billion in 2023. Furthermore, as costs have increased, there is very little insight about the quality and the timeliness of community care. What little research data we have suggests that community care is often neither more accessible nor of higher quality to the care that is provided by the Veterans Administration. I would welcome a conversation as to how we can improve this program, make it more affordable, extending telehealth services, utilization reviews, or bring veterans back to the VA for follow-up care that can be provided in a timelier and higher quality manner after an initial encounter with private sector medicine. However, this administration has no desire to do that. Instead, this bill puts Project 2025's plan to fully privatize medical care for our veterans into action. They are not hiding or hiding in plain sight. They're telling us what they want to do. We cannot content with handing a blank check to the White House. Why do we serve on an Appropriations Committee? Why? If we want to transfer the authority of this committee to the executive, and I don't care who the executive is, a Republican or a Democrat. That's not why I want to serve on this committee. I want to preserve the power of this Appropriations Committee and the power of the purse. We cannot be okay with allowing billions in taxpayers' dollars to be siphoned away from proven programs. into the pockets of private clinics that will overcharge and underdeliver at every opportunity. I urge my colleagues to support the Bishop Amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Community care should be provided when our veterans cannot get the care they need at a veterans facility. That's what they want. That's what they ask for. Where care is not offered or not accessible at a VA center, yes, fund the community care, or for veterans who have accessibility problems. They live in rural areas, far, far from accessible care for them. If the VA is not a feasible option, yes. But here, this is just excessive. It is just a ruse and a disguised way to implement the Project 2025 blueprint, which we see unfolding every single day. 67% increase, $34 billion for community care, which veterans don't want and frankly don't need, is not appropriate, and I urge the adoption of this amendment for the good of our veterans and their families. I yield back.
Thank you. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Aye. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro?
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lolota? Mr. Lolota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Ms. Underwood? Yes. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Gentlemen from Cal,
Mr. Harder, aye. Ms. Perez,
gentlelady
aye.
from Pennsylvania, okay. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Ms. Franco, aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Any other members wish to change or record their vote?
Ms. Torres,
Clerk will tally.
Mrs. Torres. I'll record. She's not- she-
And gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. Torres votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34, the amendment's not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? I believe the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro. Thank you for this opportunity to recommend another amendment that is vital to our veterans.
Would the gentleman like us to dispense with the reading?
I'd like to, I do have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. The gentleman asked that we dispense with the remarks, so gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, veterans are at a 58% higher risk of suicide than those who have not served. The suicide hotline has become a critical resource for the veterans in crisis. As of April 2024, 7.7 million calls, 941,000 chats, and 377,000 text messages have led to a referral of more than 1.5 million veterans to suicide prevention coordinators. The suicide hotline receives approximately 2,100 calls a day, and that has steadily increased through the recent addition of text message capability. The suicide hotline is especially important for veterans that reside in rural areas where depression levels are higher and access to health care is more difficult. I know it's true in my district. Half of my district is urban, but the other half is rural. And there are veterans all across that district. When DOGE announced the federal firings, my offices in my district and here in DC received calls by veterans, veterans advocacy groups concerned about the suicide hotline and the potential that it would have to being shut down or having the services degraded. Veterans' lives were at stake, they all said. I was alarmed at Secretary Collins' admission to firing 24 suicide hotline employees erroneously, he said. We don't know when exactly they were fired, for how long, or if all of these essential workers were all hired back. Veterans have demonstrated this is a critical resource, and it deserves accountability for the actions that led to those firings to make sure that it does not happen again. Errors require accountability. The Secretary himself said these firings were erroneous. The amendment will provide that accountability. I'm asking for our committee to require the Government Accountability Office to conduct a report that provides this committee, but more importantly, our veterans population, the number of suicide hotline employees that were fired and the impact on veterans, to include wait times, the number of suicides during the period of reduced support. That is the period from January 2025 to June of 2025. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment as a demonstration of good faith to our veterans that we will hold the Department of Veterans Affairs responsible for a lapse in care where the consequences could be and may have been a veteran's life. With that, I yield back and urge the adoption of the amendment.
Thank you very much. My friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized for his perspective on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment calls for an unnecessary GAO report for 24 employees who are temporarily disconnected from VA. These are not frontline employees as defined by the department. These employees have all been reinstated. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized for her perspective on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. When crisis line employees were fired, Secretary Collins denounced these claims by putting out a YouTube video in which he says, and I quote, quoting him, "We did not, hear me clearly, lay off any veteran crisis line responder," unquote. However, in a letter to Senator Baldwin a few weeks later, he admitted that he did indeed fire 24 employees at the Veterans Crisis Line. My office heard from a veteran who trains those answering the crisis line calls. She was fired. Now, why would we want to protect those people whose job it is to ensure that those on the front lines of this mental health war have the proper training? I don't know, maybe to save some lives. This Congress, veterans, and the public need to know exactly what happened. That is why we keep asking for transparency. Reports by the GAO will provide that to us. When he was questioned about this, Secretary Collins, at our hearing, he refused to acknowledge the untruth that he told, and instead pivoted to say that not a single call to the crisis line went unanswered. I don't know what's true anymore, and frankly, since he wasn't honest about the staff firings, how are we able to believe that not a single call went unanswered? This amendment, we can conduct proper oversight and ensure that veterans have access to this life-saving resource. I don't care how many employees were fired. This is the Veterans Crisis Line. There are 20 to 22 veterans committing suicide every single day. I would think that we wouldn't put a number on how many lives actually matter before we want to get answers through a simple request to the GAO that this amendment would require to give us the information necessary to make sure that we can save veterans' lives. I appreciate Congressman Bishop's introduction of this amendment and urge my colleagues to support it. Yield back the balance of my time.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have an obligation on this committee to insist on accountability. There was obviously no accountability when the decision was made to slash those jobs. It just came out of the Elon Musk nonsense. Our veterans were put at risk. We don't know how many lost their lives. We do know, finally, there was an admission that 24 employees at the crisis line lost their jobs. Hastily, they were reoffered. However, we need to know this is a simple way to give us the information we need to make sure it never, ever happens again. I urge the adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. A sufficient number of hands have risen, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Spice. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espiat. Ms. Espiat, I'm sorry, Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Espiat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. No. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Aye. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Aye. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Yes. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. No. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Elzey, no.
Gentlelady from Nevada?
Ms. Lee, aye.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
A gentlelady from Connecticut?
Mr. Luro, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to change or record their vote? Clerk will tally. Gentleman from Maryland, how's the gentleman from Maryland recorded?
Mr. Ivy?
Oh,
Mr.
did you? I'm
Ivy is
sorry.
recorded as
I
an
was
aye.
afraid you were coming in and we were about to miss you.
What are they doing? They're sending the National Guard to where? Because
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the amendment. The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Gentleman,
Chairman, I ask that we dispense with a reading.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment that deals with efficiency, competition, performance, and contract management requirements. It has members and chairman and ranking member 4 parts. First part deals with performance and regulatory efficiency reviews. The second part deals with contracting procurement standards. And as you know, give me one contract out there that starts off with a certain amount, and before you know it, as soon as that contractor gets a contract, it goes over cost. We've heard that in defense, we heard that in Homeland, we've heard this in every single committee. The third part deals with quarterly oversight reporting, and the last part deals with development and submissions of updated performance measures. Now, the appropriation bill already has some parts of it scattered throughout the appropriations. We already have some provisions in there. We just want to put it in a comprehensive place to review this. And it's also under the law that we passed in 2010, the Government Performance and Results Modernization that calls for Congress and the appropriations to take certain steps. 4 things. 1, measure what matters so we can do what works. In other words, we can't manage what we can measure. This amendment ensures that the VA and the other departments aren't flying blind by requiring outcome-based reviews, cutting outdated red tape. We give the people to do the job better, faster, and more efficiently, and therefore more services to our veterans. Number 2, more competition, more accountability, better results. Let's be clear, the taxpayers' dollars must serve the public interest and not bureaucracy. By ensuring that any contract over $5 million are openly competed, tied to real results, we're saying no to waste and yes to performance and yes to fairness. In other words, on time and on budget. Contracts should be on time and on budget. If not, there should be penalties to those contractors. The third reason is technology and transparency together. In a world that's moving at a digital speed, we can't track progress with paper trails. This amendment demands modern systems to follow every dollar, real-time oversight, verified outcomes, a clear audit trail. That's how we build trust and results. The fourth reason why we ought to do this is a government that works smarter, not just bigger. That is, we have quarterly reports. We should have also for the agencies that don't keep up with those performance measures. In other words, there are common sense steps that will help every agency deliver on its mission. When government works better, America gets stronger. I think anybody that's been at the state, Chairman Diaz-Balart understands that, and other members, anybody that's been at the state, understands that, and other members, anybody that's been at the state, we've done this. Judge Carter, we know, I think you work. So I would ask you to consider, don't ask for a recorded vote, and I would ask the chairman and the ranking member to please consider this. If we do get to it, I will withdraw at the proper time.
The gentleman is wise beyond his years.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her
Oh, I
amendment.
didn't mean to withdraw that amendment. I meant to withdraw the reading of the amendment. Sorry.
Oh.
No. I am not doing a play art. No.
To be fair, I understood the gentlelady's
Thank
intent.
you. I was just trying to do the right procedure in the beginning. But wait, I still have good news for you. Everyone will be very happy to know that we are one amendment away from being halfway through the 34 amendments. By my calculation, that gets us done at 1:30 a.m. But this is such a good amendment, but more importantly, keeps our vets healthy and alive. Now, the basic idea here is if you're hospitalized or you have medical care for one of the chronic diseases that are so common in our country, diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, we know them all. The best thing that can be done for you when you are released from the hospital after the doctor's diagnosis is that you eat a healthier diet. Now, we know this because there's great data and metrics to show this, but we also know it because every time any one of us meets up with a medical care practitioner, they tell us this. Reduce your salt intake, eat less carbohydrates, eat more healthy, fresh fruits and vegetables. But one of the biggest issues for many of our veterans, unfortunately, are the costs of getting those healthier foods. Secure, and the numbers are even higher if you look at the Iraq and Afghanistan war vets. So the Produce Prescription Program, which has been operating for 4 years at the VA and in other parts of our healthcare system, just says that your medical practitioner can give you a prescription, and then you can go to a program where you can get access to that healthier food. You get $100 a month. You meet with a dietitian. You often have cooking lessons. You do those things that help you to eat a healthier diet. Now, the good news as well is that kind of information. We know that this kind of nutritional coaching paired with healthier food reduces the risk of those diseases and helps people to live longer. So really, this is a very simple thing. And I also want to say in this new administration, the most recent MAHA report that is part of the Health and Human Services Program and the RFK plan shows that the modern diet, in their report, they say the modern diet has been limited diseases, that we put the $2 million back in there, that we go that much further to keep these programs going, support them in your district if they're already there, or in your district where they're coming soon, and we do that to help our veterans to stay healthier. This is a simple amendment. There's an offset for it, even though, as it's already been said, we don't really need offsets because we don't have the number, but this is money that is easily found within the budget. So, as I said, it'll be a simple voice vote at the end. You don't have to worry about this one. You can just get it done. And with that, I yield back.
Before I recognize my friend from Texas, I want to add to the good news that my friend from Maine brought. If you actually consider the opening statements as part of the hearing, which they most assuredly are, I think we're more like 2/3 through. So maybe a little bit better than half. And let me just take this real quickly. I just want to thank all of you. I mean that quite sincerely. The civility, the professionalism of the debate, and staying within the timelines is much appreciated by the chair. So thank all of you for doing this, and very appropriate for us to spend the time and work through it, but you've done it very professionally and I think appropriately on both sides of the aisle, and the chair is grateful for that. With that, I would turn to my friend, Mr. Carter from Texas, to solicit his reaction to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
With nutrition education can help veterans lose weight and improve their lives. Additionally, the Food as Medicine program helps veterans dealing with food security issues by providing a revenue source to buy healthy foods. This amendment is a no-brainer. Yes, it exists in other agencies, but that's because we need to make sure that people are eating healthy food, and providing more access points, not fewer, is really important. I mean, I think we can all probably agree that we need to do everything we can to help our veterans be able to live healthier lifestyles, and we should make sure that we're providing veterans dealing with chronic illnesses access to fresh produce. I want to thank Representative Pingree for continually leading on this issue. I mean, this is $2 million. This is, and I would hope that we could come together, voice vote or no, on this important way to keep people healthy.